morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to the Kuan Yew Global Business Plan Competition Grand Finals. I hope you all have had the time to grab a morning coffee or snack because we have a very interesting program planned out for you today. May I invite you to take your seats soon as we'll be starting shortly. May I also request that you either turn off your phones or switch them to silent mode so as to avoid disruptions during the event. Thank you and see you soon.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Meenakshi Prabhu.
And I am Cheyenne Chang.
Together, we are your hosts for today.
On behalf of SMU's Institute of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, we would like to welcome you to SMU for the final day of Blaze Week, a culmination of the hard work and determination shown by our 53 finalists from all across the globe.
Without further ado, let us invite President of Singapore Management University, Professor Lily Kong, up on stage for the welcome address.
A very good morning to everyone. Good morning. That's better. For those of you who were here in this hall on Monday evening, you will notice a very significant difference. This time, I can be seen above the rostrum. It's delightful to be able to see you. So, first of all, a very good morning to our distinguished judges who have taken time off their very busy schedules to help us, our esteemed speakers, dedicated mentors, partners, finalists, and guests. It's extremely delightful to see all of you and to welcome you to the grand finals of the Lee Kuan Yew Global Business Plan Competition. And this, as you already know, is our signature innovation and entrepreneurship event at the Singapore Management University. Today actually marks a year, exactly a year, since we launched the 11th edition of the biennial competition. At the launch, we revealed its theme, Innovations Beyond Boundaries, reimagine smart, sustainable, and resilient cities, and we kick-started the Round the World series, and it's been a busy year. Today also marks the grand finals of this competition, the culmination of months of business idea iterations on the part of our participants and event preparations on the part of our partners and the university. In the 11th edition of this competition, we received remarkable response from youth entrepreneurs around the globe, representing 77 countries worldwide, and set a new record since the inception of the competition, garnering 1,000 submissions. Today, we continue to extend our reach and engage our global community of youth innovators, of business titans, and venture capitalists in dialogue. Already, to date, we have had some 300 judges and mentors volunteer their time, contributing thousands of pro bono hours during the lead up to this event that we have this week. We will have more than 1,000 attendees gaining access to the brightest ideas we have convened here in Singapore. In the last few days, we witnessed a week-long immersion for the revolutionary 50 finalists, featuring exclusive networking opportunities, panel discussions, mentorship sessions, and partners meetings. Deputy Prime Minister Mr. Heng Swee Keat graced the opening of the competition and led an insightful changemaker conversation with more than 40 senior venture capitalists. This culminated in the VC office hours, during which the revered senior venture capitalists tapped into their rich reserves of wisdom to provide one-on-one consultations to our startups. We continued the Changemakers Conversations by bringing together corporate leaders at the GEAR, Kajima Group's first global innovation hub and regional headquarters. And there they had discussions on how the cities of tomorrow need to adapt in the face of climate changes. In this afternoon's conversations, the Young Founders panel will expound on navigating the ever-evolving digital-first entrepreneurship landscape. To enrich our RVLT 50 teams experience in Singapore, finalist teams were matched with mentors for one-on-one mentoring sessions where they could forge connections and seek advice from some of Singapore's most experienced leaders. They were also introduced to the Singapore ecosystem via partners meetings at JTC Launchpad. The organization of these events and the tremendous efforts put in by the competing teams have culminated in the grand finals today. 8 teams have made it to the grand finals and will be showcasing their game-changing ideas through live pitching shortly. I look forward to hearing their final pitches very soon. Before I conclude, I would like to thank our supporters and partners for believing in SMU's vision, including the steering committee, our founding partner, Wilmer International, and platinum partners, of which we have a few, for their continuous support in making this massive event a possibility. I would also like to convey our sincere appreciation to the senior mentors, international judges, and grand final judges for evaluating and guiding the participating teams, playing a crucial role in elevating the quality and impact of LKYGBPC. Our gratitude also extends to the esteemed panelists and moderators for taking time off their busy schedules in support of this event. To our 8 grand finalists, congratulations on your exceptional efforts and achievements, and I wish you success for the grand finals pitching soon to take place. In closing, I would highlight that this year holds a special significance for the Lee Kuan Yew Global Business Plan competition, as Singapore celebrates the 100th birth anniversary of our founding Prime Minister, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew. It was his visionary leadership that propelled Singapore onto the global landscape. SMU is deeply honored to be hosting the 11th LKYGBPC in celebration of the entrepreneurial spirit of our founding Prime Minister. We are energized by the opportunity to serve as quite literally fertile ground for breakthrough ideas to be showcased on a stage where passion, ideas, and impact materialize. Mr. Lee's legacy continues to illuminate our path as we cultivate and empower generations of changemakers. Together, as a proverbial village raising the entrepreneurial child, I'm optimistic that we shall persist in steadfast manner in imbuing his values amongst our youth. And finally, in the same vein as our competition theme, Innovation Beyond Boundaries, may the 11th LKYGBPC be a launch pad to pursue new collaborations, strengthening our innovation and entrepreneurship communities. May we be courageous in the task of pioneering new pathways to redefine possibilities that lie beyond our knowledge today. Thank you and have an enjoyable session.
Thank you, Professor Kong, for your kind words.
Ladies and gentlemen, to kick off today's festivities, we have a very special segment prepared for you. It's time for TikTok.
We had our very own SMU students, Yoshi Tan and Ryan Han, interview TikTok CEO, Mr. Shou. Let's take a look at the video.
Hi everyone from the Lee Kuan Yew Global Business Plan Competition. I'm Yoshi.
And I'm Ryan.
And we will be your hosts for this segment.
So just a brief introduction about ourselves. We're actually senior year students at Singapore Management University. We actually met and became friends in our first year studying there. So enough about us. Yoshi, why do you look so excited today?
Well, Ryan, because today we have a special guest with us, a very special guest. A visionary leader in the tech industry, standing in the forefront of shaping social media and the innovative landscape. We have none other than Mr. Shou, CEO of TikTok.
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So let's dive right into this exciting segment, TikTok Time, exploring his experiences, insights, and pearls of wisdom. So let's give him a warm welcome and kickstart this epic session.
Thank you.
So we're gonna start off with the first question. So as you know, TikTok has become a platform for creative expression and self-discovery for more than 1 billion people worldwide. I know my friends use TikTok, my parents use TikTok, my grandparents use TikTok. So what initially inspired you to join TikTok, and how has that passion evolved over time?
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you so much for supporting the app. And hello, everyone. Thanks for having me. I think the most important thing about the business itself is the mission of the company. And our mission is to inspire creativity and to bring joy. And it is this that, inspires us to do better for the app and all our users every single day. And there are many examples of this. Sometimes, when companies talk about their mission, it could sound like a marketing, just a marketing slogan. But for us, we take it very seriously. For example, as our user base has grown around the world, we're starting to see people use this to inspire each other, and through this inspiration, bring joy to each other. So in Singapore, for example, recently we showcased a lady called Adeline. And Adeline, she opened her account and started sharing about, she has alopecia that she was dealing with, and she was sharing that experience post her basic military service in the volunteer corps. And it was great. It was very inspiring. If you look through the comments, I think it's really helped a lot of people understand the condition a lot better. Very recently, I was in Indonesia as well. I was in Jakarta, and it was great to meet all the users and creators there. And I met this 5 young man. It's really, really amazing. They're from a remote part of Indonesia called Bandung. And what they did was one day, their village, which had a river running through it, was flooded again. So they got so frustrated, they decided to go in and clear out the trash that was causing the floods. And while doing that, they filmed themselves and posted this on TikTok. And what subsequently happened was it sparked a national movement to clean up rivers. And the last I heard from them, that movement has cleaned up more than 100 tons of trash across Indonesia.
Wow.
So that's what really motivates us every single day. This mission that we have, inspiring creativity and bringing joy.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I think as creators, we really can relate to that as well.
Yeah.
The app itself has brought so much joy to our lives already.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, Mr. Shou, as a leader, what strategies do you implement to foster innovation and encourage your team here at TikTok to be more creative?
Oh, okay. I don't think I'm going to say anything that's very, innovative here. I think it's going to be sort of some very tried and tested things. And every company is a little bit different. It depends on what product you're building. So, take this, from that perspective. But I would say a few things. The first thing I found very helpful is to get everyone to stay grounded and to really make real impact. What do I mean by that? Especially as your company starts growing, it's really important that everybody really understands the product. Get people to use the product. For example, here at TikTok, we encourage all of us to use the app as regularly as possible, and not just to consume, but to post, to create, to buy an ad. Make sure you understand the various parts of the product that we're building. And as the business grows as well, sometimes it's easy to spend too much time internally on your own organization. So we also encourage everybody within the team to spend time with our users as well. Make sure that we are having regular dialogue with them to really understand their experience. Because sometimes it's easy to imagine things when you're sitting, in your offices, but it is important once in a while to get to the field. So that's something that's very tried and tested, and what we have found to be effective. Of course, there are other things like, making sure that everyone is insisting on high standards. There's this slightly cliche way of describing it that I do appreciate, which is, if you imagine a company being sort of, a long chain, and there are many, many links in that chain. And if everybody gives 90%, not 100%, 90%, so you have 10% attrition. If there are 100 links in that chain, then what technically happens is you take 90% and you multiply by itself 100 times. So that's 90% to the power of 100, which you can quickly do the math. It's a very, very small number. It's something like 0.003%. So if everybody loses 10%, within a chain, you're going to get to very close to 0%. So that's something that's also, insisting on high standards. Particularly as your business scales, it is important to make sure that this is aligned within the organization. And the third thing I would say that has been helpful for us is to allow for conversations to happen around expertise more so than around hierarchy. Because as your organization scales up, I think what tends to happen is that you're going to need to put in some management hierarchy in order to manage the company. But I think the trade-off here is, to try not to let that hierarchy override some of the expertise that other people in the room may have.
Right.
So to organize a lot of discussions around expertise rather than around hierarchy. Those are, top of mind. Again, it's nothing you have not heard of before. So, the key is to make sure that this is relevant and applicable and to be consistent in applying it.
Wow. Yeah, okay, so actually we've talked about, how you enter TikTok and all those, but maybe let's look into the future. So maybe what excites you most about the future of TikTok and its potential impact on society and technology?
As more and more people use the app, I think what we're seeing is that, we have transitioned from just entertaining, so sort of singing and performing, which is still very important for the platform. But we're seeing, the use cases transition from that to more sort of deep inspiration, more information sharing. The two examples I shared on Adeline and on Pandawara just now. What we're also seeing is that people are using this to build their own businesses. So in Southeast Asia, we have about 325 million monthly active users today, and about 15 million small businesses that use our platform in some shape or form to conduct their own business. Here in Singapore, there's this example I saw recently. There's a person whose handle is called Runner Kao. And I think his name is Gao Rongshen.
Yeah.
He's a runner, and he started his small business on TikTok Shop as well. So he's now a small business owner. And across this region and across the world, what we're seeing is that people are using the platform to create ways to connect with their communities and to share product information, which they couldn't before in any other platform with a larger user base. And that's something that's very exciting for us.
Okay, and so Lee Kuan Yew Global Business Plan Competition's Grand Finals Day is a combination of hard work, entrepreneurial spirit, and innovative ideas. So there's 8 international finalists that will be taking the stage to give everything they have in their pitches. So what messages of encouragement or advice would you like to share with these talented student finalists who have worked tirelessly to reach this stage of the competition?
Well, first of all, congratulations on getting this far. I think that's it's truly an accomplishment in itself. And I think in the spirit of Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, just a couple of things.
Yeah.
The first, I guess, would be to never stop learning. I think I read somewhere that Mr. Lee started learning computers when he was 70 years old.
Wow.
So it proves that you're never too old to learn something new. Right. So that's something that we call this internally, the always day one mindset. Always be hungry to go learn more and always be entrepreneurial. So that's something that I would like to share with all the contestants. All the best to you. And the second, of course, as with anything worth doing is always difficult. So to have determination and grit, again, just back to Mr. Lee, I'm sure all of us know this. It was to turn this, country from, sort of a small island to the country that we are today. It definitely took a lot of determination and grit. And starting a business is very difficult. So, wishing all of you the best and, hope to see great things coming out of this competition.
Yeah. But honestly, Mr. Shou, I think our finalists over here are definitely much more motivated just hearing these words coming out from you directly.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for saying that. Yeah.
And actually, that's a wrap. Goodbye.
That was indeed quite the video. I don't know about you, Cheyenne, but I'm really excited to be here to host the grand finals today. We've got on screen the legendary Singaporean CEO, and off screen, we have with us here some of our distinguished guests who are all gathered here to celebrate innovation and entrepreneurship in Singapore.
So without further ado, let us first introduce our distinguished judging panel we have today. We have with us Ms. Shirley Wong, Chairperson of the 11th Lee Kuan Yew Global Business Plan Competition Steering Committee.
Mr. Harvey Tuer, Chief Investment Officer at the Singapore Management University.
Mr. So Ling Wen, Assistant CEO of Enterprise Singapore.
Mr. Keisuke Koshijima, Executive Vice President at Kojima Corporation.
Mr. Charles Koh, Chief Digital Officer at Sembcorp Industries.
Mr. Paul Santos, Founding Partner at Wavemaker Partners.
And lastly, Professor Ng Hek Hui, Assistant CEO at ASA. So Meenakshi, as you can tell, many of them are industry experts as well as C-suite level corporate leaders who bring on their Shark Tank persona to identify the best among the best in our presenting startups today.
Absolutely. Today, we will have 8 grand finalists battle for the grand prizes of Blaze 2023. The Lee Kuan Yew Global Business Plan Competition Beta Prize, as well as the Lee Kuan Yew Global Business Plan Competition Infinity Prize, worth $250,000 each.
Wow, Meenakshi, isn't that amazing? So, for our grand finals pitching, each finals team will have 5 minutes to conduct their pitch. With 2 minutes remaining, they'll hear this sound. With 1 minute remaining, they'll hear another sound. And when time is up, they'll hear this. Following that, there'll be a 15-minute Q&A session with our judging panel. Audiences who have questions for our grand finalists, please scan the QR code and submit your questions online.
Without further ado, let's invite the first team, Flock.io from University of Oxford, United Kingdom, for their pitch.
Hey everyone, good morning Singapore. Hello, my name is Jia Hao Sam, and I'm founder and CEO of Flock.io, our website, and we're based in London, UK, and actually we are quite fitting to Singaporean culture because we like acronyms as well. Our name is actually a combination of federated learning and blockchain. Yeah, just like LKYGBPC, yes. So yeah, yes. So what that means? Actually, federated learning is already a domain in an emerging domain in AI. It means that your data stays in your own entity, that it never leaks out, and then they can still train a model together. So actually, if you are using Pixel phone today, Google is training your typing habits, and then they don't send your data, but they can connect all the phones together to train a model to predict your next typing words. But there's a loophole because it's controlled by Google. And also you signed, everyone agreed on a term sheet that nobody will read it, right? So how can we prove that that's actually secured, right? That's why we do not believe that something that's written on a term sheet. We believe in something that's written by code, governed by code. That's why we add blockchain into the whole spectrum. That's what we call Flock, a new paradigm of privacy computing. So the story comes from this way, that now there's a demanding need for data and model access. Of course, now we know that after the GPT hype, everyone wants a large model, everyone wants more data. But AI value chain nowadays is broken, right? OpenAI is not open to everyone. Like people from mainland China, Hong Kong, we can't get OpenAI. And on the other way around, some countries have banned OpenAI because of many privacy issues. Because if I'm going to use GPT, I have to send my data over. So Italy, France, they just ban it. They say, oh, no, our banks, or many of the high street banks, yeah, they banned OpenAI already because it's too much sensitive data there. Secondly, the whole data ownership is also broken because, for example, GPT is earning 30 billion per year, but none of that revenue goes to Twitter or Reddit, where they actually get the data from, right? That's why Elon Musk was very furious. So they blocked access from OpenAI. And also, Reddit, a very beloved forum for everyone, for all the developers, right? Now they changed their API from free to paid. That's all because of this broken value chain. So that's why we, Flock, want to build a new paradigm, or in a more detailed way, we want to build an AI co-creation platform where everyone can propose what the model that they want to build, and then they can do the model development on chain on all this decentralized way without needing to centralize your data in some specific server or read through a long term and conditions and sign on it. And also, you can then build your DApp instantly. You don't need to worry about how I can build a model if I'm not even an AI expert, and eventually do the rewards sharing. So everyone who actually provided data do have their rights to get their rewards if they have contributed to it already. So our tech stack, basically like this. Actually, all these machine learning frameworks, they all have these 4 layers, data layer, compute layer, and then training layer, eventually inference layer, where people want to use data, right? So in different color, in the case of what we use in different technologies, like federated learning is used in all these 3 diagrams, and also proof of stake as a mechanism in blockchain is used to ensure that even if we have this open for everyone, right? We can still ensure that good guys leave, and then stays, good guys stays, and then bad guys can be ruled out. Right, yeah, so to prove that we are not just dreaming about what we're saying, so we publish papers like on the top AI conference without one of simply best new rips. We prove that Flock works. Even if like 40% of the nodes are bad, we can still maintain 96%. But traditional FL is now 70%. And also on science, also on the zero knowledge proof, to prove that we are actually doing a quite cool technology, which is new and is peer-reviewed by academic. Lastly, our team, we're all from Oxford. With industry background, almost 10 years. Like I'm a head of AI of Royal Bank of Canada. Also, Zehua sitting here, who used to have a company called Dollar.ai, which is then acquired by Tencent. And also our teammates, many of them are very, very core contributors in the open domain society like FedML, Kakarot, Foundry. So yeah, that's pretty much our team and our product. Thank you.
Hi, Jiahao. Very nice presentation. I really appreciate the paradigm shift in the machine learning model training. Now, may I know, maybe you can share with us, how do you encourage business users to contribute data, which I think many of them would deem it as proprietary to them?
Yeah, so, I need the slides back, sorry. I have my answer in my slides. Thank you. Yes. Okay, here. Yes. So, because this is an industry that already exists in traditional in a technology company, that's why it's actually easy for us to educate some of the very sensitive data industry. For example, hospital. So in this case, we talk with 3 different hospitals in 3 different jurisdictions: Beijing, Tsinghua, Chang'an Hospital in mainland China, UCLH in London, and Seoul St. Mary Hospital in South Korea. And we're doing a glucose monitoring for them and prediction. By prediction, we mean that we can work with the diabetes patients and then to predict their glucose level in next 10 an hour, so that they can get alert if they really need an insulin in next hour, right? And we don't collect their data. We deploy Flock into their already had user app. So we don't need to collect anything, so we are not touching any of the regulators' nerves. And this is very niche. In traditional industry, maybe you can't find any federated learning-ish company that can claim they can do jobs across different jurisdictions. This is quite difficult, but for us, because it's governed by code, it's not because we are a technology company seated in London, it doesn't matter, because technology don't have boundaries, right? But technology company does. So we are pushing the technology itself. That's how we work with business.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I can feel the AI brain power. So my question is, what is your go-to-market strategy?
Right. Okay, in these slides as well. So because we are trying to push this, or in a bigger words, like trying to push this new paradigm or standard of privacy computing, so I think adoption will be our very important thing, right? adopted by developers, adopted by users. They're happy to build on our new standard. And also, we also lower down the barrier for people to join, that you don't really need to understand everything about, let's say, AI or anything about how decentralized decentralized data storage works. We work with different partners, like data storage partners or decentralized computing partners that give the barrier very low. So actually from the end user's perspective, all they need to do, if they are a developer, is to import our SDK and then build a model. That's it. Nothing more than you do. And for our very end users who only just have their valuable data, right? They can just join our network and then they just wait for some rewards because their data had impact on many different models. So that's how our way to involve more the 2C clients to join the platform, actually to understand how Flock works and why we work in this way. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for that. Big question. So you're potentially disrupting the Google centralized model of machine learning, et cetera, where they take ownership of data that potentially belongs to other people. That's an open question. But they have a commercial drive to do that. For a business to succeed, it has to have commercial drive behind the reason that companies or individuals would buy it. Now, you give a good example with the diabetes example. There's a government institution there that wants to ensure privacy. Can you give other examples of commercial drives to use your way of doing things as opposed to keeping things centralized?
Yes. So that's also one of our other deals with one of the biggest actually Web3 accounting app, where we can do this credit scoring system with them together, because on this Web3 world, people only just have their wallet, right? It's hard for them to do lending from decentralized finance because nobody knows their credit score. Like we have our traditional credit score, but they don't have. So that's how we work with them, so that users can onboard with Flock using their app, and then we can get, because of thanks to open banking system in Europe, we can get all their data without needing to clean anything, all their banking data, and then we can calculate a credit score from their off-chain banking data and on-chain wallet data together to give a score. That score will give out to third party, people who want to loan to them, so that people don't have to over-collateralize to borrow something. They do have the credit score, a solid credit score there. And during this whole process, I can't see their data, nobody can see their data, nobody knows who they are, but that score actually tells. So that's how, in this case, we work.
Thank you.
Hi, very neat. On the blockchain, can I understand that you're using blockchain to preserve the privacy?
Yes.
And then to also make sure that whoever owns the data, anyone else looks at it, you can trace.
Get the rewards, yes.
Okay, so to follow on to that question earlier, can Google then copy the same concept?
Oh, yes. Okay. So yes, that goes to why people can't, right? Because there's a very big demand in the market we call long tail demands. Those demands that, for example, some fans of a specific comic, maybe me and Tsinghua, we love a specific comic style, and we want to do a model that can change our face into that comic style, right? But in the world, there's only 100 of us actually loving that comic. Will you imagine Google is going to build a big model for just 100 of us? I mean, none of us even willing to pay for it, right? So centralized models, centralized ways to training are still very good. We are not competing with them. They can do a very beautiful centralized model. I love it. But then when it comes to this long tail collaboration works, where my data is very small and we only have a fraction of it, and also in the world maybe only 100 of us, that's where Flock can work, where you can find your buddies who have same interests. Someone will propose on Flock, say, oh, I'm going to use this comic and then to change my face to that style. And whoever wants to join together, let's go together. So 100 of us will sign up, we train together, because my own data cannot actually leverage a large language model. But 100 of us together, yes, we can have a very impactful impact on this model and then fine-tune it into a way that we can work, we can use. So that's exactly our value proposition at the long tail demands.
Hi, thanks, Jiahao. So just a quick question. I think you mentioned a bit about decentralized training quality control, right? I think in one of your slides. And I suppose in any AI, algorithm, quality control is key. So how do you actually achieve that?
In terms of oh yes. So that's the beauty of machine learning itself already. So whichever new ways you are doing machine learning, you will always have your validation set. You will always have your accuracy calculation. So that will be the only metrics you're looking at. As long as that matrix can go up and then reach maybe 96%, 99%, so that model works. So it's like one standard for all, regardless if you are training centralized or decentralized.
Yeah, congrats on the progress so far. I'm curious, how do you see Flock, like if you had your wildest dream, say Flock really succeeds, can you describe what that looks like? And maybe what kind of business are you able to build with that? What kind of revenues, what kind of...
All right. Yes. So the revenue model. Yes. So because of also the beauty of blockchain and of this blockchain ecosystem, and especially here in Singapore, everyone's happy, crazy kind of about it, right? So yes, for us, because we are providing the whole infrastructure for people to actually using it. I have a very neat comparison. So if we are working in AI industry, we know that there's a website called Kaggle in the past where people can propose jobs, and then some lovers can produce some machine learning models to show to others, right? That's cool. That's Kaggle in Web 2. And then there's Hugging Face, where it actually gives you infrastructure already. You can build on Hugging Face, and then you don't even need to hire a cloud resource. It's all there. And then that's the third one, Flock. Right? So you have the platform to propose your jobs. You also have the infrastructure. And what's more, you can even provide your data because it's all secured. In other platforms, in previous platforms, yes, you can still propose your job, but nobody will put their real data on an open platform because it's so risky. I can't put my private data there, right? But for Flock, yes, it's a platform where you can train everything, but also you can train real data. You can make a real model that's really, really useful. And to fuel this whole ecosystem, well, you need to pay for the gas because of this blockchain-driven backend. So that's how, in traditional Web3, that's how the revenue model generates. And plus, as I mentioned, we also have our business enterprise users, like hospitals, like this decentralized and traditional finance, and many more. Like we're happy to explore many more industries that can actually join us. For example, I mentioned about the paper on science that we talk about the robotics, right? The swarm robotics that we proved. We say that okay, we had experiments. That it actually works a similar way if Flock using as the backend of them, and then several of the robots can work together. Even some of them are hacked. The whole robot swarm can still work as they're supposed to do.
Maybe just as a quick follow-up to that. So let's say that's your big dream. One day you get there. How much capital do you think you will need to achieve this vision, or is it quite capital efficient because of how you've structured?
Yes, I would say it's quite capital efficient, but I don't know, due to the regulations, I can't just say we are raising on this stage, right? No, I can't say that. But yes, so it's because of the community efforts and all the community contribution. So for us, if we want to go to the stage that we want, many adoptions, it doesn't really require a lot of capital. It actually what we are in this phase after we have our testnet already, publish our papers, build our testnet, everything on our websites are now useful. You can just go and use it. I think next phase of our stage is to use the capital that we raise maybe to go to the market, to basically promote to the market, to engage more developers to join this platform. Just like in the early days, for example, PyTorch or other frameworks that they are just out, then we need to promote to the developers, talk to the developers. Yeah, it's actually even more easier for you to use. Why not have a look? So that's...
Is that 10, 50, 100? Where do you... I'm just trying to get a sense of what you will need to realize your dream or your vision. $1 million.
In dollars. Well, yeah, okay. So under 10, like we're actually raising only several million in that. Yeah, because in our calculation, all this, how the market works, it's actually enough because it's a mass adoption thing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I think we only left with 1 minute, and so you have to quick with this. We do have a burning question from the audience, all right? And the question is, how are you rewarding the community to contribute the link boxes within ML workflow process? How do the awards work with the increasing regulation imposed on audits?
Yes, so that's also thanks to blockchain, because everything on chain is very transparent and auditable. So for example, me and my friends join the training, and then you'll see clearly how the end model was impacted by your data and how much proportion that you are actually contributing to it. So by the proposer, they will stake, for example, I'm a hospital, I want to join this training, right? I put down 200K to actually do a better diabetes prediction model. So normally, if I go through the first stage, second stage, third stage trial, it costs more than 200K. But then on the platform, I can put down 200K, and there's already 2,000 patients who want to join, because that 200K will eventually become the rewards to the whole population who joined the training. So that distribution is for everyone who actually contributed their data.
All right. Thank
That's
you.
Neat. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Flock Ayo. May we invite you back to your seat.
We would like to invite now our second team, PlasticFri from Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, Germany, for their pitch.
So, hi everyone, my name is Alan and we are here to present PlasticFri, a revolutionary technology converting agricultural waste into plastic-free products. 1,000 years. Did you know that conventional plastics are made from petroleum and stay in the environment for thousands of years? We're plastic-free and we are on a mission to change that. Over the past 11 years, we have developed a breakthrough technology that eliminates toxic chemicals, works on existing machines, and reduces the cost significantly. And that's why our company has been awarded as the world's most innovative sustainability startup among more than 1,400 companies worldwide. So basically, we use renewable plant resources coming from agricultural waste. Then through a unique process, we make different plastic-free products. Our products are designed for circularity and can be easily recycled or composted and go back to the nature. Here you can see some examples of our product portfolio that have the highest impact on a daily basis, including plastic-free cups, straws, mailers, and different types of bags. So far, we've succeeded to achieve these incredible milestones. We launched only 10 months ago commercially and already sold more than 30 million products. Our technology is 100% scalable and cost efficient to operate because we can use the existing machines for manufacturing. On the technical side, we have the toughest certification standards in the world, several products in the market, and a strong intellectual property portfolio. And most importantly, we are creating meaningful impact, such as saving tons of CO2 and a lot of water during our process. Of course, there is competition, but no one has succeeded to solve sustainability at a reasonable cost. With PlasticFri, we've succeeded to breach this gap by maximizing the bio-based content and reducing the cost. And as you can see here, our products break down completely over a few weeks' time without leaving no traces of microplastics.
And this is a $600 billion industry. Looking at the market right now, bioplastics have only 1% of the total market share, which means there is a huge potential. And we believe that we have a great position to influence this market because we have a strong intellectual property portfolio, including patents, trademark, trade secrets, production protocols, and certifications. For its scientific novelty, our patent was awarded gold medal at the World's Invention Fair. We have a B2B business model and sell finished products. There are different customer segments. Right now, our focus is on wholesalers, retailers, brand owners, and distributors. Talking about our pipeline, we're already working with some of the world's best brands, such as 7-Eleven, Lufthansa Group, Office Depot, and Walmart. Let me show you a case study from one of our customers. By replacing their usual disposable cups with plastic-free cups, they saved 8 tons of CO2 and 11 tons of waste Just to give you an idea, this is like putting 300 Eiffel Towers on top of each other. Actually, our impact is not only about saving CO2. Our technology eliminates plastics, saves 65% energy, and 26,000 liters of water per ton of material produced. Because of its innovativeness and great impact, our work has been awarded several times, such as Entrepreneurship World Cup, as well as being featured on Forbes, Yahoo Finance, Business Insider, and CNN.
Of course, all of this wouldn't have been possible without having a great team. Actually, what I'm really proud of is our extraordinary team members, including 4 PhDs coming from the best universities in the world, such as KIT, Harvard University, and Stanford University. As serial entrepreneurs, Max and I have a proven track record in building and scaling technology companies and a successful exit experience. We are also humbled to be featured on Forbes 30 Under 30 list. Right now, we're looking for strategic partners who can support us with funding and market access, because we're planning to establish a hub here in Singapore to serve the ASEAN region. All of the plastic that has ever been made still exists today. If we continue to use plastic the way we do today, there will be more plastic than fish in our oceans in less than 30 years. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to support us to stop this. Support us because we are much more than a company, much more than a project. We are a movement of hope and social impact. Thank you so much.
Hi, well done, guys. Really love what you bring to the world. I applaud your innovative ideas and solutions in trying to create a huge impact to the world. My question to you is, what is your go-to-market strategy? I mean, Singapore is huge on going, net zero carbon emission ambition, but we are not even seeing you here. So tell us.
Absolutely. Maybe while Max answering, is it okay? I will just pass some samples and then we answer the questions to the jury so you can touch the material.
Thank you so much for the question. Very relevant and valid question. If I can get back my slides up.
I think if we get the slides up.
But I can start answering anyway. So basically the way we envision, and it's even proven now business model, we focus on wholesalers as well as distributors, plus like the bigger brand owners. So here are some examples. So today, for example, we have the 7-Eleven in the Nordic markets. So with just one customer, they buy about 200 million cups per year. They buy a lot of our straws. They buy our waste bags, our straws. So we try to focus on the customers that with one account, we get very high volumes. And then for local markets, we work either with distributors as well as joint venture that we see to envision depending on which markets.
Also to add that, and thanks a lot for the whole team behind the challenge. Our mentor is coming from FairPrice, and tomorrow actually we have the meeting with the leadership of FairPrice in order for discussing launching in Singapore actually.
Hi, thank you very much. I dearly hope that one day we are all using disposable items of the kind that you've described. You can imagine the world where everything is biodegradable, etc. To get to that point, huge journey, what are the bottlenecks between here, where you stand today, and getting to the point where everything is biodegradable and recyclable?
Fantastic question. So I think it's mainly the market access that we have been trying to also, by being here, to message that, because our venture is extremely capex light. We do not need to invent new machines just for our products. So if we were to bring, for example, this technology to Singapore, not necessarily the manufacturing, but just as a commercial hub, we could also set up a local hub in one of the ASEAN countries. Not ourselves, we can partner with existing manufacturers and just over 2-3 weeks time to convert that to that. So it's just the connections, sales and marketing, I would say, which are the easier type of challenges.
Looking at the, disposable industry, the key driver is price. Because you cannot come out with the best, if you come up with the best sustainable solution, but if it is super expensive, no one will buy that. And with our technology, we have checked that box and we have solved it. In large volumes, we can be competitive to plastic. So one of the main bottlenecks in general can be It is the price, but we have already sold that and solved it with our technology because we can use the existing machinery for the manufacturing as well. And then it is about the market access, go-to-market strategy, how you can go and go to the different markets and navigate to different markets, actually.
Just one quick follow-up question.
Yes.
You use agricultural waste. Is there enough input material for you to scale up?
Very good question. So we are not only dependent on agricultural waste, we are not only dependent on one single stream. So we are actually using cellulose fibers, we are using wood fibers, we are using starch. So all of these are also commercially available, but we chose to use that as a resource because it was hard, because nobody else had done it before. We just wanted to prove that it's possible to take something that is considered as a waste and then turn it to something that is valuable. And then also from a product perspective, I just wanted to show you as well if this works. So this is our mailers that you also have, that you're touching. So it is certified plastic-free. It is certified 100% recyclable as paper in a normal recycling stream. But then it's something like the raw material of this is existent all over the world. So it's not just in one part of the world. So we will be very easily be able to scale this up and adapt it based on the local available raw material. So we don't see that as a bottleneck from a supply chain perspective.
And as the core, basically, we have developed a technology platform where we can scale it to the different product applications. This is just one example. And the reason that we chose disposable products is because the most of the plastics or the pollution that we see in the water, in the nature, is single-use plastic articles. This is the reason, actually, we started with that. And from the business strategic point of view, this is a recurring revenue. Disposable industry, it means that when we close one customer, it's like a recurring revenue for us. When they use, for example, a cup today, they need that tomorrow as well. This is like both impact side and a strategic side.
Thank you very much for your presentations. In order to disrupt the incumbents and the existing market, right, you need to disrupt. What is your disruption strategy? How are you going to replace, say, paper bags or even plastic bags, which are really abundant in the market?
I was waiting for that question. Thank you. So basically, we have developed a technology platform, which means that we will be able to channel this to many different product application areas. So we're just getting started by focusing on these products that everybody understands, but we will be able, for example, to go to many other more complex packaging application areas like medical packaging and so on. I also here have some of the products that we already launched. For example, our lead, we got the patent recently. You also have it as an example, but the cutlery, for example, these are all based on the exact same technology. And then we just, by building on the technology platform that we have already built, we will be able to replace many, many different product application areas. But as a company, we understand also the value of focus. That's why we have decided to focus on these 10 products for the coming, say, 6 months. But then we will channel, and depending on, of course, customer needs and what market needs, not what we think is good, we will develop and go towards the products that have the volume and the product market fit that we will see to replace them. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, great technology. And the challenge of using waste is always sorting out the material you can use from what you cannot. So, and that costs money. So how do you solve that problem?
You mean the end of life for our product or in the upstream for when you...
Upstream.
All right, okay. So it's also a very valid and good question. So today, we just work with pulp, like base pulp, and then that's something that it is available. We also have two very large suppliers in the Nordics that they do this collection and they do the natural material extraction. If I go back to our technology slide, so explain that a little bit more in detail. There are many slides, sorry. So we don't see this basically as a challenge because, as I mentioned earlier, we can also buy the ready-made material. So here from the agricultural waste extraction, we buy the cellulose fibers and the starch from these two suppliers to be able to track that it is actually coming from waste. But it's not a challenge. So even if all the waste finishes, or even if we go above the capacity of these suppliers, we can source additional suppliers, or even just buy the base material and then do exactly what we are doing today. So we don't see that as
At the same time, the reason that it doesn't get even more expensive, actually, it's vice versa. It will be cheaper because it's the waste of agriculture and forestry. They have to pay to get rid of that. So our suppliers get paid, and basically we get paid to use that raw material. And at the end, our products wouldn't be more expensive, vice versa, it will be cheaper. Now, because of the energy crisis that we had, for example, in Europe, everything got more expensive, but our production plants is running on 100% renewable energy. We went down on prices as well. So the plan for long term is like this, not to go high in prices, because again, this is like a very price sensitive industry. You cannot go high in prices. You must be competitive to plastics in order to disrupt the market. And actually with our technology, we have tackled that.
So in this whole cycle of your technology, which steps will consume the most resources, and how do you sort of try to reduce the cost?
I'm going to share with you one of the life cycle analysis that was done, not by us, but by a third party. So the more detailed one, just to mention the exact numbers. So, for example, this is a study that was done comparing our product with normal plastic, recycled plastic like polyethylene, and then even recycled corrugated box like the carton that everybody thinks is extremely environmentally friendly. So if you look at the different stage of the study, because it's a cradle to gate study, which means that it's from the raw material production up to the end of life of the product. If you look at the numbers, so normally you have in the production that it's very high numbers, and also you have like in the beginning, for example, yeah, there is no laser here, but down here, for example, you see that there are very large numbers from the other competitors. But for us, because we do not need so much energy and we do not need so much water as many of the other like typical materials would do, we are saving a lot. And then we also competing here in biogenic carbon footprint, which means that our product have a negative impact. So the total actually can be even a negative, but like we don't market it because of the obvious reasons that we don't want people to think that it's okay that a product is carbon negative. It's okay to put it in nature, but these are, like, to make it simpler, so these are the actual numbers, like in comparison, except that biogenic carbon footprint. So these are the pure carbon footprint for each of these products. And still, it's a very, very large difference in terms of that.
Hi, I've congrats again also on the progress. So quick question. So when you use a base material that's not recycled, does that impact the price, or it's cheaper, more expensive? Let's say you run out of waste as a raw material, what happens to the price?
So when we are in that sense, I think it's all about economy of scale. So we already see this now from 10 months ago. Up to now, we have dropped our prices by 30% because we are able to negotiate the pricing with our suppliers. So it's just about the pricing. In those volumes, we see the price going down because it's just the matter of economy.
And then the second is, should I look at you as a materials company or a finished product company?
You should look at us as a process innovation company. So it's very important because tomorrow a better material company can come here and pitch. But what we have done, we have innovated on the whole process, which means that we are independent. We can branch into many, many different application areas, and we can control the whole of foundation to be able to build many, many different products. But the reason that we have selected to offer the end product is purely personal, because we want to keep the vision of this company. But long term, we are Gore-Tex, we are Intel Inside. That's how you should see us.
And so you will be manufacturing stuff for people, or, sorry, when you say process, because the process can be transplanted in different places, how do you keep control of that? I'm not sure I follow.
Very good. So I'm going to show you also again our this is a list of our IP, but the more simplified of that, if I go back to this slide, just to explain a little bit more. So our IP is a combination of these 5. So we have patented the core process, but not the whole process, because it's not so intelligent to do that. Somebody else can reverse engineer that. But the other thing what we call production protocols. It's like how you should use the existing machines, because it's different temperatures, pressures, settings. So this is something that we have developed over the past 5 years. So it's something nobody else knows. They need us to do that. So it's the production protocols and it's the patent that encompasses the process. And then you have also the third-party verifications and certifications, which is also the biggest sales tool that we have.
Last question, how much are you raising now, and what do you anticipate kind of raising the next round to get to your milestones?
You can start answering.
We just raised before summer, and we're extending actually this round. We're now raising $6 million for just expansion actually and scaling. And it is connected to the milestones that I just briefly mentioned, because we're planning to scale.
And this will bring us to cash flow positiveness. So we see that just with this round, we will be cash positive end of next year, based on the pipeline and contracts that we already have in place.
I have a very, very quick question because there's not much time left. Now, this is from the audience. It says, you mentioned a $600 billion total market size, of which 1% is bioplastics. What is your share in that subcategory? How different are you from your competitors?
Yeah, I think we explained our difference with the competitors, but the share is not in that 1%. The $600 billion industry is the plastic industry. That is our total available market. So our aim to become market leader. We are creating our own category of plastic-free products. So basically, that's where we are targeting.
All right, awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, PlasticFri. May we invite you back to your seat.
We would now like to invite our third and final pitch for this segment, VoyaWave Optics from Free University of Berlin, Germany, for their pitch.
Hello, everyone. I'm the founder of VoyaWave Optics. Sorry, my English is not good, so I have a translator helper there. Hi. Okay, our project is deep UV crystals and optics. We mainly produce a kind of novel, deep ultraviolet nonlinear optical crystal, which can be used to generate deep UV laser. Okay, firstly, I want to explain the meaning of laser frequency. Laser frequency, in principle, is a laser wavelength, or can be commonly understood as a laser color. Different application needs different laser frequencies. However, now, in industry, we just can obtain infrared, IR 1064 and green 532 nanometer laser. This is a very serious pain point in the current market. Here, this picture shows a very simple schematic of laser system. In it, we firstly generate a IR 1064 nanometer laser first. Then this laser will pass through 2 kinds of different nonlinear optical crystals. The first crystal will generate green 532 nanometer laser. Then the second one will generate deep UV. Unfortunately, now in the world, no company can produce the second, the DUV crystal product. We invented a novel DUV crystal and built this company for it. Why DUV is better? As shown in this table. For example, now we machine a material. In the case of IR laser, the working mechanism is thermal effect, so the accuracy will be very low. In the case of DUV, the working principle is to break the molecular bond, so the accuracy will be very high. Here I show lots of pictures to show the advantages and applications of DUV laser. For example, now we cut a hole on a metal plate. In the case of IR, the surrounding area of the IR hole will be very dirty. If we observe the hole using a microscope, the cutting edge will be very rough. The surrounding area of the DUV will be very clean and clear. The cutting edge will be very sharp. This point is very important for many applications, such as heart stent. Of course, DUV laser can be also widely used in many other different advanced fields, PCB, semiconductor, or lithography. This is our core team. I got my PhD in Germany. My major is physics. My partners have finished their PhD studies in Germany and America, respectively. We also organize a top expert team. They are professional professors in this field from China and Germany. Our core product is a kind of DUV crystal. Based on this point, we gradually developed 3 kinds of products. Here I want to say even a very small laser pointer is also a standard laser system. Our products can be used in it. This shows some other application examples. This is the industrial trends in this field. The higher the wavelength, the higher the resolution, the higher the accuracy. So in laser field, we always want to develop shorter and shorter laser wavelengths. Unfortunately, now the problem is we lack a proper crystal product which can support the deep UV output. Our product then solves this problem. We also compare the currently widely used crystal products of the world. In the DUV range, our product is the best solution, maybe the only solution. This is the development plan, which is divided into 3 steps. Now we are in the first step. In future, we will gradually develop the downstream products for larger market. We applied for many patents in EU, China, and the USA. Now we have been developing for nearly 2 years. Our crystal products have entered the market. We have got some seed customers in EU, China, and USA, such as Coherent, Huawei, and Hans Laser. Our team has nearly 30 people, and we have finished 2 rounds of financing. By the way, VC from Sembcorp, Vertex Ventures also invested in us. We have built a factory in Shenzhen, China. We also have been reported as an outstanding startup in China by the top Chinese media. Now we are preparing the 3rd round of financing. Thank you. This is my email. Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Zhang.
Hi.
Well done. In fact, I'm very impressed with the cutting edge, pushing the envelope into the beam editing technology that you bring to the world, and congratulations to the progress you have made thus far. Now, my question to you, and to help the rest of the audience here to better appreciate the technology that you bring to the front, could you share with us what are the exciting applications VoyaWave Optics can do that will make an impact in terms of cost and also the percentages?
The application, sorry, the
请问你们的产品可以应用在哪些方面，特别是对成本以及对这个效率带来这个影响
？This slide shows the application fields. For example, some fields require a very high resolution. For example, the advanced PCB, we developed from 0G to now 6G, 5G, 6G. So we need to give a very precision PCB board. So in this case, we need to use DUV because the DUV wavelength is very short, so we can get a very high resolution. This is one case. The same in the field of 3-dimensional printing. We use the high resolution of the DUV laser. And in another field, for example, semiconductor, because the material is very special. If you use IR infrared laser or green laser, it doesn't work. So we must use the DUV because the photon energy is very high. We can cut or machine the material. And by the way, I want to see, for example, the lithography, because this is a very important equipment in semiconductor field, and it's very important for China. For example, the fourth, now the most advanced lithography is the 5th generation. But now the 4th generation lithography is the most widely for example, the TV chip. Yeah. Our product can support the laser source for the 4th lithography generation.
I have a question. Lithography. What is the tolerance for the chip lithography? Now outside is 4 nanometers. What can your product do to bring that closer to 4?
光刻机的这个承受量，现在的那个承受量是4
nanometers.
4纳米。你们
This is the fourth. This is the fifth generation lithography. Our crystal doesn't support this, but our product can support the fourth generation lithography, for 10 nanometer.
10.
Yeah, but here I want to say we don't produce the final equipment. We don't produce because it's very complicated. We just produce and sell the key crystal product. It can support the output of deep UV, for example, 200 nanometer or even shorter. Now we have some customers in the semiconductor field. They are very big companies and very famous. They want to use our crystals to produce, for example, 266 nanometer at a very high power. For example, 20 watt. Now no company can produce such crystal. Before the invention of our crystal product, the CLBO, this is invented by Japanese. The CLBO crystal is the only solution, but this crystal can be easily to absorb water in the air, so it causes a very short service life and a very expensive price. So our product solved those problems.
When will your company be profitable?
你们公司什么时候开始盈利？
Now we have earned several millions of money. We paid much more than this earning for researching, but now we have sell products already. We can earn some money.
但什么时候盈利？开始盈利？
You mean balance the
你可以用中文回答我来。
我想说，我们现在已经可以销售几百万人民币的产品，但是我们花费的更多，因为要研发新的。收支平衡的话，可能至少要到来年年底。
So we have a few million of revenue, but we spend a lot on R&D. So break even is probably end of next year.
Would there be? Are you fundraising?
你在融资吗？现在？
是的，我们已经融了2轮资，就是我这个项目刚开始几个月的时候，就第一轮。
We had 2 rounds of fundraising already. So after a few months of our project starts, we had the first round.
Yeah, we started our project at the end of 2021. Then we finished our first round, annual round financing in April 22. Then we just finished the second one, Pre-A, last month. Vortex Ventures, I think this is this ventures this VC from Singapore. They also invested in us.
Thanks a lot. Maybe I can ask a bit about the size of the addressable market. Yeah.
你的市场就是可以进入的市场多大？
This is a good question. Frankly, now we just enter because this is our developing plan. Divided 3 steps. Now we just focus our resources in this first step, co-crystal products. The market is not very large, maybe only 1.3 billion. But we will, because now our resource and money are very limited, we just focus on this point. We will gradually develop for example, device and the more molecular. Yeah, for example. Electron optics and modular. then the market will become more larger.
Perhaps can you share with us, since you are going to further fundraise, what is your roadmap, product roadmap, and which area will you be targeting at?
A roadmap.
既然你们应该还在融资，那想问一下你们的产品的路线是怎么样的？未来的路线会进入哪些方向
？The technology roadmap is very mature. Yeah, they are mostly used in current industry. We not only us, so
你用中文吧。
所有的激光系公司都是用这种技术路线 ，sorry 啊，只不过是现在人们缺少这一个深紫外的晶体。
So every laser system they will use the same technology roadmap, but they lack this crystal, which is DUV crystal.
这里我想说，包括这个滤光晶体，现在世界上最常用的，也是我们之前的老师研发的。
I just want to add that this UV crystal that turns the infrared into the green light is also invented by my teachers last time.
然后这个生产滤光晶体的这个公司已经上市，很容易上市了。
So the company who produced this UV crystal that makes the green light is already listed.
所以现在我们就是生产这个 DUV 的这个。
So we are going into this deep UV crystal.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, VoyaWave Optics. May we invite you back to your seat.
Thank you so much to our 3 Infinity category finalists. We wish you all the best.
As we know, Blaze 2023 has the support of our valued sponsors who are visionary to identify and work with the best startups in universities all around the world.
Now, to showcase the startups who have been awarded prizes from the competition, we'll be inviting them up on stage to receive their prizes as well as present an elevator pitch on their startup.
Our first award of the day is presented by Sembcorp, the leading energy and urban solutions provider supporting energy transition and sustainable development in Singapore. They are one of the largest homegrown renewable energy players delivering innovative and essential solutions in Asia through our sustainable urban developments, water management, and waste resource solutions.
Demonstrating its commitment to building a sustainable future, Sembcorp proudly presents the Sembcorp Greenovation Award. This prestigious award offers a total cash prize of $100,000 to 3 promising RVLT 50 startups with technologies that drive decarbonization within urban solutions and sustainability.
On stage, we have Mr. Charles Koh, the Chief Digital Officer at Sembcorp Industries, to present the awards. The top 3 winners is determined by our esteemed international judging panel, and now let's take a look. In the 3rd place, the prize goes to New Battery Materials. Next up, our first runner-up is Active Substances. Clinching the top prize, we have none other than Tianjin Hermos Technology.
May we now invite all teams to the center stage for a group photo.
all the winners. Thank you, Mr. Ko. May we request Tianjin Hermos Technology to remain on stage, and we invite Mr. Ko, new battery materials and active services, back to your seats.
We would now like to invite Tianjin Hermos Technology to enlighten us on their innovative ventures. Team, take us away.
Hello. I was speaking Chinese. 大家好，我是天津赫尔墨斯科技的创始人王艺林。然后我们这次参加的项目是新型 CCUS 环保处理技术。我们这家公司主要做的内容是通过我们自主研发的创新型的材料和相应的处理设备，来帮助工业和能源类的相应的企业提供双碳技术解决方案。我们公司呢，经过2年的发展，目前已经帮助10余家大型的企业，主要包括像火力发电和石油石化相关等高碳排放企业，完成了整体的绿色低碳升级的转型。在2年的时间内，我们共计减少了130万吨的二氧化碳排放，同时的话，将大量的二氧化碳进行了再生性的转化应用。然后未来的话，我们也希望通过我们的技术和产品来服务到更多的企业和更多的国家。我的分享完毕，谢谢。最后很荣幸获得这个奖，谢谢。
Thank you, team. May we invite you back to your seats.
Next, we have the SMU Professor Student Award. One finalist team comprising a faculty member with an exciting and revolutionary urban solution will stand to receive the Best Professor Student Team Prize worth $20,000 in cash that is equity free.
May we invite Ms. Shirley Wong, Chairperson of LKYGBPC Steering Committee, up on stage to present the award. The winner is MirZyme Therapeutics. Congratulations, team. Join us on stage to collect your award.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. May we invite you back to your seat? For MirZyme Therapeutics, please remain on stage for your pitch.
Thank you very much. Appreciate this kind, generous offer. And I wanted to say this meeting has been amazing. It's very well organized. What is MirZyme Therapeutics? Before I say that, can ask all the people in this room who are an outcome of pregnancy raise their hands. Well, it's all of us, and not just us, but also our mothers, because 1,600 women and babies die every day. And what MirZyme is doing is think of it as like a journey in a car. Halfway through the journey, the brakes fail and the car crashes. And you didn't know the brakes had failed. That's preeclampsia. It's a condition which is defined by symptoms, not by the molecular cause of the disease. We discovered the disease. And now what we've done is that we can predict when the brakes are going to fail. That's our diagnostic. And when to put the new brake pads on. That's our therapeutics, so that you can continue with that journey. That's what MirZyme is trying to do. And it's been supported by a string of students, between the first student and MirZyme, who is here as our Chief Operations Officer, is 2 decades. So I hope that gives you an idea that to do deep tech, you need a lot of public money as well. And we've had over 40 million of public money. So I say MirZyme is not a spin-out from a university, it's a spin-out from the public purse, which is you. So thank you.
Thank you so much. May we invite you back to your seat.
We will now take a break in our proceedings for lunch. May we request that our 8 grand finalists from the Beta and Infinity category remain in the venue.
Lunch is provided for all attendees, so you may head outside the hall for your lunch. The afternoon session will resume at 1 p.m.
Thank you and have a great lunch.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you've enjoyed the lunch. We'll be starting our program in about a minute's time, so please do take your seats now. Thank you. I hope everybody has enjoyed the delicious lunch that was provided. We will now be conducting our Changemakers Conversations Young Founders panel. The discussion topic will be Unleashing the Potential, Empowering Youth to Overcome Barriers and Drive Economic Growth through Entrepreneurship.
For today's panel, we have the privilege to learn from SMU alumni who have walked this path successfully. Gain insights from Derek Lee of Accredify, Benjamin Wong of Kenobi, Justin Lee of Shopback, and Edison Lim of Baystep and Subera as they share with us their secrets to success.
Please join us as we welcome our moderator for the afternoon, Sherwin, Managing Partner of SME Protege Ventures, and our panelists as well. Sherwin, take it away.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Shou. As you can see from the screen, I'm Managing Partner of Project Ventures. A very warm welcome to all our international guests. Saw some familiar faces here today. For those of you who were here on Monday, you might have witnessed the launch of our PV Fund too. Looking forward to what's happening over the weekend as well. I hope you all are enjoying your time so far. So with me today, I have 4 very successful gentlemen who dove straight into entrepreneurship right out of university and have graced us with their presence today. So perhaps, guys, we can start. We can start off with a short introduction, of your company, what educational institutions you all were from, and then share one fun fact about yourselves as well. So maybe Benjamin, you want to start?
Hey, hi everyone. My name is Benjamin. I am the co-founder and CEO of Kinobi. And what we do is that we are a student success management system. We support the non-academic things in the workflow of the university, things that happen on holidays, like internships, your student exchange, your student life, and so on. Currently we are in Singapore, Indonesia, and Australia, and hopefully Hong Kong. So very excited to meet everyone. I'm told to share a fun fact about myself. We are a Star Wars company. So it's like, because my name is Ben, then Kenobi. So those of you get a joke, you get a joke. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Hey, mic test. Okay. Hello everyone. Thanks for joining us today. So my name is Edison from BaseSap and Subera. So you might just be thinking, why is there like 2 companies there? So that's because my company, we recently pivot into BaseSap. So right now we are running 2 products at the same time. So some people may know us as Subera, which is basically how we have been around for the last 2 years. Then BaseSap is something new in the last 6 months. Let me just talk about. So both companies are in crypto payments. One is like a Stripe for crypto, which allows merchants to accept stablecoins on their platform easily for Shopify, for their online subscriptions as well. Then BaseSap is something new that we have just begun, which is like a Web3 neobank. So a Web3 neobank is basically you can self-custodize your funds. You can actually have basically use it like any other bank account. So you can use it to spend with a Visa card around the world. It works anywhere around the world. So and then you can use it to kind of do enter into Web3 space and also just to invest on the things on the blockchain. So previously, I graduated from SMU around 2016. Then I went on to CMU, Carnegie Mellon in the US for my master's. So I came back to Singapore in 2018. I think that, I didn't start my entrepreneur after college. I went to work for a company called Zodica for 4 years. That's because I was part of IMDA scholarship, so I had to fulfill my bond. But right after my bond, I went on to just start on my entrepreneur because I was just really so excited about that. Fun fact about myself, I think that interestingly, I think many of you come from around the world. So I used to do a lot of backpack around Southeast Asia when I was in university, pretty much around your same age. So I went on to a backpacking trip around Southeast Asia for 3 months. So if you haven't done so and if you're considering doing it, I recommend doing it. It's really life-changing. Yeah. Moving on.
Hi everyone. I'm Justin. I'm the CPO of Shopback. I'm hoping that a few people in the audience would have heard of Shopback. Shopback started out as a website where we gave out cashback when you shop online. Today we're a lot more than that. We operate in 11 markets across Southeast Asia and APAC. We more than give out cashback. Our goal is to make shopping rewarding in different ways, whether you're shopping online or in store. I am technically not a co-founder of Shopback, but I've been with the company since its founding days, having joined as a very early employee in 2015. So it's been quite a number of years. A bit of a fun fact about me would be my background. I'm not from SMU, I realized. Maybe a fun fact about me is when I grew up, I wanted to be a doctor. Because that's a very Asian thing to do. I failed my medical interviews, and then I decided to study the liberal arts overseas. And then I joined management consulting as my first job. I was there for a few years. The e-commerce wave hit Southeast Asia. I decided to jump into the wave with a few ex-colleagues and friends. working on e-commerce projects. That's where I met the founders of Shopback, and then I joined them and been with them ever since.
Hi everyone, I'm Derek. So essentially what we do at Accreditify is we work with institutions to issue verifiable and tamper-proof documents. So for example, we work with schools to make sure that the transcripts, degrees that they issue out are verifiable and tamper-proof so that we can prevent issues where people are able to get into places with fake certifications. So similarly, during the COVID-19 pandemic, we work with a number of stakeholders to issue out your verifiable health certs discharge memos and also your travel memos. I studied in SMU and I graduated in 2020, if I'm not wrong. And I guess one fun fact about myself is, although a little bit embarrassing, I used to be, I did acting for about 2 years, so I appeared in some Channel U drama. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. Yeah, I'll just skip my fun fact because I think they've gone through and all super interesting, right? So I'll just dive in straight for today's theme. So today's theme is called Unleashing the Potential and Empowering Youth to Overcome Barriers and Drive Economic Growth Through Entrepreneurship. Just to give like a backdrop of how we'll be conducting this. So we'll be separating this in 3 main themes, and as much as possible, I'll try to keep this as conversational as we can, so it won't sort of be boring for y'all. And afterwards, we'll open the floor for any questions. You can scan a QR code later, so do get ready. Yeah. So the first theme is called, okay, but bear with me, but it's called In the Beninging. Those of you who understand that reference, I think you are young enough. So yeah, if you know, you know lah. This theme revolves around sort of settling the right foundation for a company, ensuring that you get off on the right foot, which is something all of them have gone through, right? And I guess I'll sort of open this segment with sort of one question, which is, can you all share the very one specific moment you knew that you were gonna be an entrepreneur? So, I mean, if anyone want to take it away?
I can go first. So back in primary school, I didn't really pay a lot of attention in school like any other kids. But one thing I really enjoyed doing was we used to be able to get all these A5 notepads from the mama shop with blank papers. And I love drawing, so I would always draw cartoon characters, like how a robot or a monster would look like. And then I would also draw maps, like world maps of imaginary countries that I thought would be. So basically what I would do is, like, on certain pages, I would draw a very terrible monster, and then I would draw characters for my classmates. And I say, okay, if you want to defeat this monster, you need to pay me 50 cents. And when you do that, then, okay, 50 cents, I will deduct half the life. So if you want to kill this monster and go to the next page to another monster, then you need to pay me more money. So I guess that was kind of how I started entrepreneurship from a very young age, and I thought that that was quite interesting. And subsequently after, I guess, in secondary school, I kind of knew that my heart was already intact. So from about 12 or 13 years old, I started developing private game servers for some of the games that I love playing. One of the main reasons was that I didn't really like sitting down there and playing games and spending hours trying to get to a high level. I was always looking for ways to see how I can become better in a very short time. So that resulted in me like cheating in the game, hacking the game, and eventually just developing my own private game server. And with those private game servers, I was again making money in school by selling things to my friend. Oh, if you want this weapon that has a lot of powerful stats, that's $2. If you want to be level 200 now, it's $3. So that was kind of how I started doing entrepreneurship.
Interesting, very interesting. Okay, maybe one more.
So I can go next. So entrepreneurship to me is something that I did without even thinking that was entrepreneurship. So I think somewhere around when I was high school, I'm not very young, by the way. I'm like 30 plus. So like that was like 10 years ago. So I was in high school, and during those days, you can't really get, like, there's no e-commerce, like, really, it's very hard to get anything that you want. So what I did was that I realized that you can actually get some like GoPros shipped from Hong Kong to Singapore, and you can sell it online for $50 profit. So I did it for my entire high school days, basically just like trying to buy in and import them, 4 or 5 of them at once, and then just try to sell it anywhere around the nation. Put it on forum, and then you just like do like delivery. So you can basically make like $50 per camera on GoPro. And maybe if you like, I used to stay in the West, and I would take the train all the way to the East, so I can charge them another $20. And that's basically how I make money in the early days. So, and this also is not just a GoPro. It also applies to any other things like your Kindle, as well as your, like, even when the guys go to the national service, you guys need someone to remove the camera from your handphone. I was the guy who actually do it. So I did all these things when I was very young, and I think that also kind of like just made me realize that first of all, I enjoy the process of making money more than anything else. I love it. I think that just like being able to arbitrage between opportunity is great. For example, I'm living in Singapore. I can see that there's like a way to get camera from Hong Kong, and you can resell it and for $50 profit. That's great. You should basically like arbitrage that. So and then I think and this also like transpired to like my working life when I was in like university. I interned for a few big companies like Accenture. I didn't realize that this, and I quickly realized that I wasn't made to really like work for. I have my own ideas of doing things. So, and sometimes the bosses don't really like me a lot. So, and I realized that I have to be my own boss. I think that's basically how it transpired. So I don't think it was a choice. I think I have no choice to become an entrepreneur. But yeah, this is like, yeah, my story.
Great, thanks. I think we'll just move on to the next question first. So I think this is more, sort of catered towards the founders we have over here. So, based on your personal experience, what were some unconventional ways you went about sort of validating your idea or your MVP in this case?
Okay, I'll share a bit. So my first idea, right, is very different from what it is today. First idea, what we did is we gave career tuition. So I happened to, after college, after SMU, actually I was from SMU. I think I didn't share that just now. Yeah, so I was from SMU. After SMU, I went to private equity. I think all those who are students here, you're like, oh yeah, I want to go to private equity and everything. Yeah, so we capitalized on that. And then my co-founder was in consulting. So both of us, we capitalized on that. We actually taught people how to actually get inside these industries. I mean, it's not a show-win thing, but from what we actually learned, like valuation models, etc., and on consulting like MISI analysis, we taught that. So we use that as a way to actually find out whether there's demand. And then from there, we actually move forward. But then we realized that, that's time for money, right? It's very hard to really scale from that. We needed a platform. So we found out whether we can actually put it on courses. But then after analysis and after looking at Coursera and all the other people in the market, it was really difficult. I think we thank God, we didn't actually go that route. Then we went on to build our resume builder, which is the core piece of my software today, used by the universities, because it's the thing that gets all the information inside, right? One single location. So within that, we actually launched it on 14 February. So our tagline was Resume. All you SAT students out there, you do not need to worry. We're going to take care of you. You're going to have your resume that's going to help you for life. Yeah, so that was how we launched. Yeah, then it really went viral, like really crazy. Not just in Singapore, we had it in Indonesia and also in surprisingly Thailand. Yeah, so that was how we validated the idea that people really didn't know how to go about their jobs or go about careers, but actually the pain point was that it started with the resume. So I think that was how we really started from that.
Great, thanks.
I think one common theme of hypothesis validation would be to prototype or hack together some solutions, right, in the early days. And obviously, when you're crunched for time and resources, you'll find all sorts of ways to hack things, right? So I would be curious to hear what everyone's hack stories are. At Shop back in the early days, this was way before the times of Shopee and Lazada. There was a very big marketplace back then. I'm really hoping no one's from Q10 here. There's a company called Q10, and we wanted to work with them. They didn't want to integrate with us back then. So what we did is we figured out that, oh, actually Q10 ran their own influencer program where you can register to be a Q10 influencer as an individual. And then when you share those links, you actually get rewarded in Q10 cash that you can actually use to offset purchases, right? So Shopback decided to masquerade as an influencer. We set up an account on Q10, and then we started to just drive a lot of traffic to Q10. And within 3 days, we shot to the top of the influencer ranking board, and then we got flagged. And then we got a very angry call from the Q10 team. But it worked because it validated that the demand was there, and it opened the conversation that we had with the Q10 team. Another hack that I thought was very memorable was back in the days where Uber was still in town. And we had this crazy idea of wanting to do real-time price comparison for rides. Right? Sounds nice now, but back then, there were very limited open APIs. So there was Uber competing with Grab, and then there was Comfort, and then there was, I think there was Ride then as well. And Uber had a lot of APIs, so we could pull Uber fares real time, but Grab didn't. We tried many ways, and Grab was like, no, we're not ready to open API. So what we did is we bought a lot of mobile phones, almost like a click farm. And then what we did is every time a user would key in a location to us, I hope no one's from Grab here, and then we would route it through our own network, and then we would almost like spoof and have every mobile phone ping for a price, and then return back to our server, and then we would display it. And we would be going out buying SIM cards by the truckloads just to make the feature work, and it was a hit. Sadly, we all know what happened to the Grab and Uber story. But that was fun. I think hacking and prototyping to validate certain hypotheses was a fond memory for me.
I have a question for you, like follow-up question, Justin. So since you're in product, right, how many iterations do you go through in order to get to where you are? Maybe like give a ballpark, is it like hundreds or like 50?
There's no magic number. I don't know how many of you know of the utility curve, right, where in the beginning you're going to have a long time when your product is, pardon the language, right, it's shit. And I think the serial entrepreneurs here would attest to that sometimes with the conviction, you just have to keep going at it, and then you push through that shitty period until your product actually makes it, right? And a lot of times, I think people don't have the resilience or the patience to see through that shitty period, and then they give up. So I don't have a definite answer for you, but it really depends. You just got to keep trying, and yeah.
Thanks. Okay, I think we have sort of concluded the first theme. So we'll now move on to our second theme. It's called Trials and Tribulations. So this segment sort of covers, I want to say like external and internal strife. And I mean, it's really a harsh reality that every founder has to go through, right? I'm pretty sure you'll be put in tough and difficult situations, be it internally or externally. So to kickstart this segment, are you able to share sort of whether there are times where you had to make sacrifices in your personal life for the sake of your business? And on that regard, how do you strike a balance in that case?
I would say it's pretty common for founders to have to sacrifice something. In my own opinion, I don't really believe in work-life balance. I don't think it is possible to have a balance of both, because when there's a balance means you're kind of lacking in one or in either one. So the way I see it is more like a seesaw. It's either you want to focus on work at this point in time, or you want to focus on the other aspect or your life at this point in time. So for myself individually, like when me and my co-founder started the company, we were quite sure that the first few years were all about work. So your social, your friends, your game nights, your movies were all out the window, and it was really just working 16 hours a day or more for the first few years. So yeah, that's my take. But I guess when things became more stabilized and became better, that was when I could introduce a little bit more activities to help keep my sanity. So being able to do things like play golf, which is something I really enjoy, really takes like gives me an avenue to like vent any frustration I have on the golf ball. So when I go back to work, I can become a much calmer and composed person.
I can go. So I think it's a recurring theme we ask every entrepreneur. work-life balance is a myth, right? I think all of us are kind of like the kind of capitalists. I believe more in like work-life integration. You have to really enjoy what you're doing, and also you try to make a life to be part of your work. So what do I mean by this is that most people will think about work as 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. But in our case, we try to kind of like mix them up together. If we are kind of like, we try to make it such that we can also enjoy some of our personal life during like the Monday to Friday. Maybe let's say that if I think that it's gonna be like I want to go like boxing in the like lunchtime, I can just go like boxing. But this doesn't mean that I stop working because I also work until nighttime and also work until like weekends as well. Because the truth is that when you're on an entrepreneurship journey, it's a marathon. You have to keep up with your physical fitness. I always emphasize on this. If you are into entrepreneurship, you have to be the most physically and mentally strong person, because the rigor that you go through every day is pretty intense. And I think you also have to make a lot of like some compromises to your personal life. So as an example is that I've started a company for 2 years. I am still on a pay cut today. So if you're thinking that you're going to start a company and you're going to become rich, you're going to buy a car, you're going to buy a house, it's a myth, right? Because I think I'm not sure about the rest of the panelists, but personally, I'm still on a pay cut from my previous job for like 2 years already. And I don't know when is the pay cut, when am I going to get my original pay or going to be getting a salary on par with my friends going forward. But what I have is that I have like a desire to make this big. I have the desire to kind of like make it work. And I think this is like pretty much like the for entrepreneurs. So personal life, I think this is also interesting because a fun fact was that I started a company 2 years ago, and that was exactly the same time as I completed my bond. So I completed my bond with my previous company in August 2 years ago. Then I started my company in September. And then I got married on the same month. I also got a puppy. So this is like a pretty insane like 1 year. Just like, you know, we have a puppy, it's very hard to take care of them in the first year. And it's also a fresh marriage. So like I think my wife is also very supportive of my journey so far. This is also very important if you are onto entrepreneurship. Make sure that you prepare to go into this journey. Make sure that you are like personally, you are in a situation that you can commit. Make sure that you are financially in a position that you can commit, because you never know when you're going to get your windfall. You have to make sure that you have enough savings. You kind of like, at least in my case, I make sure that I bought my house, I bought my car, and then I just like start my journey. So this is like basically my take on it. Yeah.
Can I just share something funny? Because they reminded me of way back then. So as someone who was not an entrepreneur, becoming an entrepreneur, I remember the conversation I had before I hopped on board Shopback. I had a conversation with one of the founders, and we were talking about flexi time. I don't know why we were talking about flexi time. And then I said something like, "Oh, so you mean when my work is done for the day, and then I can go?" And he looked at me as like, "The work is never done." So I think that really encapsulates a lot of what is being shared here. And even till today, after so many years, it's true that the work is, as an entrepreneur, the work is never done. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for sharing as well. I guess maybe just one short question to give to y'all. I mean, I'd like to find out how y'all personally unwind. I think Derek, you shared. Maybe Edison, I think maybe you can share a little bit more. But yeah, how do y'all personally unwind after like a long day? Do you just go back home and sleep? Is that like a very common thing to do, or are y'all like a fan of going out to drink and hang out with your friends and stuff? Like maybe just share on that.
I am a little bit of an introvert, so when I unwind, I don't really go out with friends. I will just like go home and play video games. I still play pretty much the same video games, like your FPS, right? First-person shooter. Just go on Call of Duty and kill some guys there, and just like I always emphasize a lot on physical fitness. I think this is something that I got into like 1 year ago. Just being very serious about this, because I realized that like basically our schedule is very packed. Even like right now, like there's like a conference going on concurrently, every day my work hours go from like 7 a.m. all the way to 12 a.m. So this is like pretty insane timing for most people. And you have got to have the physical fitness to keep up with that. You have to do your cardio, do your running, do your swimming. You have to basically keep up with the physical fitness. Physical fitness is also very important for to be alert during the days, because you have to make so much decisions every day. You cannot be like, oh, I'm tired today, let me just go home and sleep, and then I will come back to you like 2 months later. There's no such thing, right? So you have to, I think that physical fitness is very important. And personally, because I'm a gamer, I like to game a lot. So I go online and just like unwind, yeah.
You can probably schedule a game with Derek, right? I think you can play a 1v1 or something.
And also like do boxing. Boxing is really fun, right? You just like really like distress so much by just like punching back.
I think there's a common theme coming over here, which is venting your anger on stuff, killing people online and boxing and stuff. What about the rest of you? Like, are there any specific ways you unwind?
I have a young daughter, so I must say that like when I found out that she's going to get born, I haven't fundraised yet. So that was one of the craziest moments of my life, because I was so scared. You don't know what's going to happen, right? Then you do not know, you don't have like a very stable cash flow, and then you're not sure whether they can provide for the family. I think that was a scary period, but I think thank God we are over that already. I think now we're quite stable. So actually my daughter is the way I unwind. And she's also my work integration as well. So why is that the case? I'm in the education industry, so it's quite different from, I think, the people who are in the various industries here. And it's also very different in terms of interacting and selling and making money, right? So for me, no matter how much money I throw into marketing and so on, it doesn't make the client buy faster, right? So my industry is as such. It's really relationship based, and most of my clients, they tend to be in their 40s or 50s, university administrators. They like to talk about their kids, So spending time with my daughter has been my unwind, and has also been my BD, right? So literally during my BD, right, I literally ask my clients, how can you give me some parental advice, things like that. So it has been a way that I have sort of like stood out from a lot of my competition, in a way that they actually relate a lot to me. They're like, mentoring me and things like that. So it's been quite exciting, and I would say that as a young father, it's quite challenging as an entrepreneur, I must admit. But the good thing is that you really sort of like take your mind off things, and then you start to really see what is really important. So I think that's just how I unwind on a day-to-day basis.
All right. Okay, thanks. I think we'll conclude this rather gloomy theme, and we'll move on to our third theme. So third theme is called Endgame. So what this segment covers is that it covers achieving success, celebrations, and achievements. And Ben, I think you sort of covered one of the questions that I would like to ask as well, which is I'd like to open the floor to the rest of you as well. How do you all celebrate when you each closed a new funding round? Like, were there one specific moment that you did with your co-founders, or like personally, what do you all do to sort of conclude this rather long and arduous journey of fundraising?
We have dinner and then we go home.
So life carries on, and then okay. What about the rest of you? Like, were there any specific things? Or
it was a journey. I think like I first fundraised. We raised like close to $3 million like sometime like 2 years ago, like 1 year plus ago. It was a relief because my journey was that even like 2 years ago I started Subera. We were basically bootstrapped for the first 4 months. So me and my co-founder together, we actually not just like draw zero salary, but we even pay people salary. So it was negative income for like 4 months time. So when we first raised money, I think it was like really like a huge sign of relief, because we are able to at least like have a positive cash flow personally. And and I think that also is also amazing, because it's my first time raising money, right? The first time raising money was difficult, but when we first got money in, we finally could kind of like just like hire people, we know we need more help, so we faster deploy our capital to hire more people. So it's like, I mean, you of course have your usual celebration. Maybe on that day we will go and eat hot pot together as a team to celebrate the milestone. We still eat hot pot every time when we hit a milestone. But the next day is just like going back to work, right? I think raising fund is very stressful because when you raise a VC fund, you are losing money. Basically, you are burning money every month. So you have to make sure that you deploy capital faster. When people invest money in you, it's not for you to put into T-bills. It's for you to deploy and grow the business. So you have to go and hire people. You have to go and build your product faster, get it to market, test it out faster. So it's a lot of work. Yeah, but I think there's actually not much to celebrate. Just that with just one hot pot to celebrate that achievement.
Yeah, I think it's very, very important that, as a founder, you mark down certain milestones that you want to hit. I think funding is just one of them, and it's great to have like that celebration at the end of every milestone to sort of commemorate it, right? Do the rest of you two want to share, or if not, I'll move on.
I can do one, but I don't know how much is this my story to share. So, what happens in SMU stays in SMU. Let me share what I can share. So, I think ShopBack has raised many rounds already. If you follow the news, so understandably we've had many chances to celebrate. But one of interesting quote about the CEO and the funding team is that after every round, for some weird reason, at the start they would buy an expensive bottle of whiskey. Obviously, with their own money. I have to be very clear. No VC money was misappropriated. So at the start, obviously, expensive is like, okay, like a few $100 bottle of whiskey, and then we'll bring back. We'll take a shot, and then we'll carry on with work, okay? So this carries on until, obviously, after a few times, you have to keep outdoing the last round. So I remember the very recent round that we raised, I heard that my boss, he walked into the McAllen store, and because it's ceremonial, he's not a whiskey guy, and he's ceremonial as part of our tradition. So he literally went up to the sales guy and says, "What's your most expensive bottle of whiskey?" And then the guy pointed to this thing on the shelf, and he said, "Okay, we'll have that." And then he just pay and walk out with his own money. And then in the shop, there are like people there sampling the whiskeys and whatnot. They're taking their own sweet time. This guy comes in, I'll just say, and he walks out. But yeah, that was it's a tradition. And what we'll do is we'll just take a shot, say our palate is not so refined to tell that it's expensive, and then we'll move on with life. But the consistent theme here is it's really back to the grind right after, because we're not done yet.
Yeah, so you can see from my company's name, it's called Kinobi. Yeah, so you can guess, I guess there's a gin also called Kinobi, right? So that's how we celebrated. We celebrated so well that our SEO beat them, and then they were very angry with us. Yeah, so they reached out to us. They said like, how come when I type Kinobi, right, it's you guys on the Google search? Then I was like, I think you should get a better SEO team. Maybe you can hire me. Yeah, we will do it for you. Yeah, so they actually gave us Kinobi gin when they found out about it. It was very nice about it, and they are the brand managers from SMU It's one of our SMU seniors. Yeah, so that's how we celebrated. But I think apart from that, my culture in my company is very simple. We like to play board games. Yeah, so we like to do it on a very consistent basis. That's how we bond. It also gives an opportunity for everyone to showcase and to have a say. Because in a board game, it's not about who is the boss or who is not the boss, right? And it's not about, whether you are good at this or good at that. It's really just about interaction. And I think that's usually how we celebrate. We celebrate small wins. I think we didn't really celebrate the funding. We celebrated more of our revenue streams. Because that was more exciting. Yeah, when you make money, it's more exciting. Yeah. So I think that was how we did it.
Okay, I think to sort of close off this segment, just some advice to everyone. So looking back, is there anything that you wish you had done differently when from the start to where your company is at right now? Were there anything that you would like to change about your company, or would you have liked it to stay the same?
This is a tough question, but I think that so this is like maybe something that I realized as a background for those people who just came in, right? Basically in my last 2 years of journey, I pivoted 2 times. And I think that looking back, I wish that I have done some of these like versions like quicker. The good news is that on every pivot, we got faster. Like the first one that we built, we were pretty much building that for like close to 1 year. And we realized that it wasn't working out, so we pivoted to something else. The second time, the pivot was around 8 months, so we pivoted to something called Base App. And I think right now, it seems like Base App, we don't need to pivot because it's getting a lot of growth. But looking back in the past 2 products, I wish I have done these like pivots a lot faster. So as me and my co-founders, we are both engineers. We could actually build a very barebone product from the very beginning. So you can actually do it as fast as like getting the first version out in 3 months' time, get it for people to use it, get a traction. If things are not working out in like 5 months or 6 months, pivot. Right, this was something I wish I have done. So looking back in my first pivot, we shouldn't have taken 1 year. We should have taken like 6 months to do it. I think that because initially we were just 2 professionals. We try to make everything perfect. Like the website, everything must be pixel perfect. Everything must be, you must have a well drafted terms of use of condition, right? Terms of condition. You have to be, everything must be refined. You need a lot of like features on the first version, and you go with an Apple moment. I think this is like every entrepreneur, you envision yourself to have the Apple moment, right? So you go on a keynote one day, you stand on stage, and you announce a product, and you envision your fans going to cheer for you. The harsh reality is that for most people who are, you guys are not Apple, so no one is going to listen to your keynotes. So just launch something fast, something that's a very MVP. If things are not working out in 3 months or 6 months, pivot.
Okay, I think we'll sort of conclude here. So this concludes our main 3 themes. I hope you all have sort of keyed in some questions online and when the QR code was there. Okay, so I think we have some questions right now. So one of the questions that the audience have is that, what's the best advice that you have received, and what that you would like to share to the rest? Like, could it be from a mentor or anything else?
I think this is quite similar to what Edison mentioned earlier, but one of the advice I usually give to my mentees is that, or rather one issue I find with a lot of people is that they take too long to go to market. So they take their own time trying to perfect their features, trying to build out more than what the core product needs, or more than what the core features are. They try to build in a lot of ancillary features, whatever that is good to have and not need to have. And what happens when you do that is that if another competitor comes along who has a similar idea as you, and they spend half the time developing, and they only spend that time developing the core features, essentially what's going to happen is that they are spending the rest of the time going to market, gathering user feedback, and iterating and improving on their product while you're still stuck in development. And at the end of 1 year, maybe you have launched your product, but you're not going to get any traction because that guy is already in the market with all the users and building things that the users want. So in line with what Edison mentioned is to get to market as soon as you can.
This isn't an advice that was directly shared with me, but I think it's a combination of maybe different types of advice and mistakes that we've made over the years. I would say one of the most, in my opinion, one of the most important determinant of a successful entrepreneur is whether your ego can be kept in check. And what I mean by that is that as an entrepreneur, you have to solve many different problems. There is product market fit problems. There is operational issues. At some point, you're going to solve people issues, scaling issues. And a lot of times, as one of the important decision makers in a company, there is a risk that you can let your ego take over and perhaps make a wrong decision. So when I look back, at least I think definitely in the earlier years, a lot of times when your ego makes the decision and you let pride make the decision in face of information or evidence, then that's usually the time where you will make a flawed judgment. And if you do that repeatedly over time, then I think that's why some startups and companies fail. But I believe behind most successful ventures, you have people who have a growth mindset and they're open-minded, and they have this very nice balance between being stubborn about your idea, but also being open-minded to new information. Yeah, that's quite important to me. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I think we have time for like one last question. So I think I'll sort of jump in here. So I think just to sort of conclude this segment, in a word or phrase, what do you think is the essence of being an entrepreneur or having an entrepreneurial mindset? One word or one phrase.
I think it's just stay hungry and stay foolish.
Foolish? Okay.
Yes, foolish. Yeah, because like the best ideas are actually the fun ideas. The academically approved ideas are usually not going to work because it's so easy to be a right guy. So you have to come up with very fancy things, very attractive things to kind of get attention from users. So yeah.
Yeah, I'd say for me is storytelling. Storytelling is the most important part of being an entrepreneur. A lot of people, right, when they start selling or they start talking to VCs, right, they become the beggar. But you cannot become the beggar. You must go to the conversation. You must sit there, and you must say, "Here I am here, and I want to know you as a person, as an acquaintance. I want to see whether I want to work with you." You cannot be the person where like, "Oh yeah, I beg you, I ask you for your money, I ask you for the deal." You cannot be like that. You need to go down there and you need to go on your terms. And to go on your terms, you need to tell a good story. So that's the key that actually some of my mentors actually taught me as advice. So storytelling is the most important.
For myself, the word would be people. Focus on the people and let the people focus on building your business.
I hope this doesn't reveal my age. And sorry for the non-Chinese speakers, but maybe what I'll say is 爱拼才会赢, if you all know what it means.
Can you maybe elaborate?
There's a song, a Hokkien song, which is you have to put in, you have to hustle. Okay, you hustle and then you win. Yeah.
Can. I think so we have come to the end of this segment. A big thank you to all our speakers here and our panelists here for giving our great insights. Maybe give them a round of applause.
Thank you, Shou and our esteemed panelists. May we invite you back to your seats.
We will now move on to the next segment of pitching for the Lee Kuan Yew Global Business Plan Competition Beta Prize. How the pitch will work is that each finals team will have 5 minutes to conduct their pitch. With 2 minutes left, they will hear this sound. When they have 1 minute left, they'll hear this sound. And when time's up, they'll hear this sound. This prize will be awarded to the top pre-revenue startup with disruptive technology or business model innovations.
These include technological innovations that have emerged from academic research with commercialization opportunities that may or may not be validated and with innovative business models. The team must be in the initial phases of ideation up to having a minimum viable product that has yet to be launched in the market.
Likewise, with the Infinity category, the winners are selected by a panel of grand final judges.
Without further ado, let us invite the first team, Castomize from Singapore Management University, Singapore, up on stage to present their pitch.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Abel, the CEO of Castomize. So our story began when one of our co-founders broke his arm and he kept complaining about how itchy, how sweaty, how uncomfortable a traditional cast was. At the same time, for doctors, it is really tedious for them to apply a traditional cast. They use many different tools and it is very difficult for them to monitor the healing progress. And for hospitals, casting is a time-consuming process and this impedes patient turnover. At the same time, it uses a lot of disposable tools, which is environmentally destructive. So this is where we created the 4D printed cast to tackle all of these problems. For patients, they are now much more comfortable with our light, well-ventilated, waterproof casts. For doctors, it is now much easier and more accurate for them to apply, as our casts have self-molding properties which hug themselves to the patient's hand with the optimal pressure required. And for hospitals, we save them valuable resources, and we are also reusable and remoldable, which is much more sustainable for the environment. So what exactly is 4D printing? It is where a 3D printed object that we create actually can transform into another pre-designed structure that we can choose how it will look like. So we have used this property to mold themselves around patients' hands. So we have done this through creating our own proprietary polymers, as well as through the integration of complex geometries. So we'll be demonstrating it live during the Q&A later. So against traditional casts, we are definitely much more comfortable, much safer, much easier for doctors to use. And even against modern competitors such as 3D printing and curing-based casts, we are much more efficient, price-friendly, and sustainable, making us the most suitable option to be poised to take over as the new global standard of casting. We have validated our product with multiple hospitals, and one of them, the NHG, was so impressed with us that they wanted to launch a co-development project with us to optimize and bring it to the market. In fact, we are proud to say that our investors include orthopedic specialists themselves. And we have, as a very young startup, we have secured a clinical trial agreement with Tan Tock Seng Hospital, gotten several LOIs to distribute, as well as a research grant from the NRF, which only funds technology recognized as of significant national value. So our market size is a $6 billion market, and we are only focusing on the leg and arm fractures in the Asia-Pacific region, which is about 65 million fractures. Out of this, we conservatively aim to heal 1.5%, which is about 1 million. So all of this, if you input it into our business model of direct recurring sales to medical, military, and athletic organizations, will allow us to earn a revenue of about 35 million by 2027. So what this means is also we get to save about 1,750 tons of disposable medical waste by 2027. So at the same time, we created Castomize to increase accessibility of healthcare. So this is why we will be salvaging these used casts and remanufacturing them for first aid castmen for disaster relief, as more than 50% of all injuries during earthquakes are fractures. So for our short-term implementation plan, we'll be completing our research with NHG, and then after we're moving on to clinical trials and getting our medical device certification before fundraising for mass manufacturing. For our go-to-market strategy, we are targeting hospitals in APAC first, and we'll be positioning ourselves as the most comfortable for patients and the easiest for doctors to use. We have already secured a tight distribution timeline in Singapore, Korea, as well as Taiwan, where we can conservatively say that we will heal about 50,000 fractures in the next 1 year, generating a revenue of 2.5 mil. In the long term, we aim to leverage on our IP of 4D printing to move beyond orthopedics. We'll actually be aiming to sell off our casting and printing line to major pharmaceuticals such as J&J. After that, we are going to be applying it to other industries. In fact, a very big fashion eyewear designer is already in discussions with us to develop a line of 4D printed eyeglasses. So we are blessed to have a diverse team with complementary skill sets in business, biomedical, and mechanical engineering, as well as design. And we were listed under the Forbes 30 Under 30 list in healthcare and science for this year. We're also very thankful for our board of advisors for guiding us through our journey. So why is Castomize the most investable? We are the only practical and proprietary solution in a large recurring problem. We have a quick and rapid commercialization ROI already being observable next year. We are impactful across industries, societies, and the environment, eliminating waste, healing more people, and positively impacting other industries. Lastly, we already have strategic partners in distribution, manufacturing, and innovation. So what are you waiting for? Come and join us to be the new standard of orthopedic casting and beyond. Thank you.
Excellent, well on time. Well, congratulations. Very good progress that you have made. How I wish my mother had you, when she broke her leg. Sorry, are you supposed to do your demonstration?
Yeah.
Okay.
So would we be able to approach the judging table, and maybe Miss Shirley, would you like to be the volunteer?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but please continue asking your questions as well, and I will answer them too.
All right. Okay. So my question to you is, could you comment on the comfort of using this product? Because traditional cast is heavy, it's very uncomfortable. So help us understand the differentiation here.
Right. So for the first start, we are much softer because we have like inbuilt soft lining, which actually provides the ideal pressure for orthopedic casting in healing. Because a very common error is that it can be either too tight or too loose. So our inner lining actually caters to that. Additionally, for comfort levels, we are fully waterproof, so patients can shower, they can do whatever they want. Basically, they can almost lead their own normal daily life. And lastly, you can scratch through it. It's breathable, so it's definitely much more comfortable. Yeah.
I have a judge well dressed for the occasion.
So yeah, against traditional options, we are definitely much more easier to apply. It only takes 1 minute to activate, and once you apply it on a patient, the cast will begin to compress itself and hug itself around the patient's hand. So as you can see, then all you need is just clasps to apply it, and then about 1 minute of cooling, and then the cast application is complete. This process would normally take maybe 20 to 30 minutes at a normal hospital.
So maybe just a quick question while he's doing this, right? So I mean, presumably there is training required for the existing nursing staff, for example, to adopt this product as compared to the traditional product. So how long is that training required?
So for this, we just require one workshop to demonstrate how it works. For us, we see actually the learning curve to be smoother than compared to normal traditional casts. Because for normal traditional casts, the nurse would have to train over time on what is the right pressure to apply and what is too tight, too loose. Whereas for ours, the work is already done by the smart material we have integrated in our casts. Yeah. So because other modern casts, it's much more invasive in terms of the processes which nurses and doctors have been used to. But ours, we simplify it to a greater level so that even they would want it over the traditional casts. Yeah. I hope it's comfortable for you, Mr. Charles. Yeah.
Sorry, I should ask Charles, how do you feel when it's on your hand?
Actually, it's quite comfortable. I can imagine other applications.
I'm glad to hear that, yes.
So this is field ready.
Yes, technically it's field ready. So we are moving on to our clinical trials with Tan Tock Seng Hospital that will happen maybe in a month or two. And then that is when we'll get the definitive data, because I think in the medical field, data is definitely needed. So that is why we are doing this trial right now, yeah.
I note that you have poured hot or warm water over this during the application. What is the heat resistance level for this?
Right. So the heat required to activate our cast is about 55 degrees Celsius. And right now, even though we are using water, we have already designed like a portable heating bag. It can be plugged into the wall or it can be using a power bank. So doctors don't have to use water anymore. So we are removing yet another layer of difficulty. Yeah.
So this can be applied, when I say field, it could be applied to third world developing economies, which doesn't have a lot of infrastructure.
Yes, so I'm glad you mentioned that because that is a key part of what we are trying to do at Castomize. We want to increase the accessibility of fracture healing because in these countries, healing fractures is very crucial because if you heal a fracture late, it can lead to very long-term disabilities in terms of not being able to walk anymore. So that is why we seek to refurbish and collect casts back from hospitals, and then we'll actually sanitize them, we'll fix them where needed, and then we'll be deploying them at these less developed countries at much more accessible prices so that everyone can get the amount of healthcare they need. Yeah.
What would be your beachhead market and how would that help you to scale?
Right. So our beachhead market will actually be, at least the beachhead market right now is actually both in Singapore and Korea. So for Singapore, what we are looking at is we are partnering closely with a national healthcare group. So that is our main healthcare partner because we co-developed the product with them and they'll be our first customers. And we are taking advantage of the I2P program, which is a government scheme that encourages 2 hospital groups to adopt the same new technology. So that is our beachhead market mainly. Yeah.
Yeah, I can go ahead. Yeah, so what's the contribution margin on this? And at 35 million, you're saying is kind of like where you think you can build the business. How long does it take for you to get there, and how much capital will it take for you to get there?
Right. So let me go a little bit to what it might look like. So right now, this is what we're doing. We are doing small order fulfillment for samples for doctors, and we have a mid-size fulfillment already in our labs. So for that, we can do about 80 a day, capex about 45K, and then we'll finally move on to our mass production, which will be able to generate about 1,000 a day. Yeah.
So how does that relate to the 35 million, and how much capital
Right.
do you get?
So you're asking about how much capital it would take to get that 35 million. Right. So for us, for that, we need to just start to build our initial mass manufacturing facility, which we are raising about 2 million for.
So a 2 million facility can
Yes.
spit out 35 million in revenue?
Yes, so, but that will take some time because that is assuming that we don't raise any other amount. So that initial 2 million will get us to mass manufacturing capabilities, and then after about 2 years of self-sustaining revenue, we'll be able to reach that target.
I guess what I'm trying to get a sense of is how big can this thing be? Is 35 like the upper limit already of this, or?
No, definitely not. So 35 million is just a conservative estimate of of the market that we can get by 2027. So that is just about 1.5% of the market in Asia Pacific.
Are you manufacturing the machine by yourself, or?
So right now we are manufacturing it with 3D printers, but our manufacturing method allows it to be done with injection molding, which makes it much more scalable. And because our cast is a one-size-fits-all product, we actually just need to manufacture it in small, medium, large sizes, and it can practically be able to be applied on anyone in the world.
Could you talk? Sorry. What is the barrier to enter other market, if there's any?
Right. So I would say the barrier to market, firstly, is that we actually develop our own proprietary mix of polymers for the material, and we'll have also patented the use of 4D printing in orthopedic casting. So those are the proprietary intellectual property that we have right now.
All right, we do have some questions from the floor. The question is, how does this compare with thermosetting plastic, which can be customized for small fractures like fingers and toes?
Right. So I'm glad you asked this question. So for thermosetting, firstly, they're only one-time use, and secondly, you need to cut them to size. And thirdly, it is not very easy to mold them to patients. So when you mold them, you need to have a binder to actually hold it in place for a few minutes, then you can remove it. And even after that, we have heard feedback from doctors that after a week or two, the cast will always tend to come loose and they have to come back for refitting.
All right, that's all the questions we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe, Johannes, to remove it actually is pretty simple as well. All you need to do is remove the clips, where normally you need a drill to go and drill it off. Yeah. So what gives us a lot of pride is that, when we show this product to some orthopedic specialists, they feel that it is a no-brainer to have in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Castomize. May we invite you back to your seat.
We would now like to invite the second team, INGel Therapeutics from Harvard University, United States, up on stage to present.
Hello? Okay, I would like to start with some photos first. I'm now showing a series of photos that depict the visual decay of a patient with retinitis pigmentosa, known as RP. It usually starts with their night vision, then their peripheral vision, and then their color vision, and then central vision, until there's nothing left but total darkness. Currently, there are more than 2 million patients worldwide suffer from this condition, and there's very little we can do about them. So I always liken the disease to a TV with broken antenna. There's a tissue in the back of your eye that connects to the brain, known as the retina. Within the retina, there are cells known as photoreceptors. And just like the name suggests, they receive light and then convert into electric signal that your brain can understand. So the green cells, rod cells, they're responsible for peripheral and night vision, and the red cell, cone cells, they're responsible for color and central vision. So the patient with an RP, there's a mutation in their rod photoreceptors, and they die. The cone cells, they rely on rods for essential nutrients. They also die shortly after. And when there's no photoreceptor, the signal is lost, total blindness. So in INGel, we're combining stem cell technology and tissue engineering to create a IGT-001, a solution for this disease. And this is how it works. You see on the left-hand side, we're injecting a blob of material in the back of the eye. This is a hydrogel. In fact, this gel is made of the same material as the water in your eye, known as the vitreous body. It glues to the back of the eyes like adhesive. Within the hydrogel, we've cultured human rod photoreceptors, and they secrete these micro bubbles known as extracellular vesicles containing essential nutrient and trophic factors for the patient. And by supplying these protein, we save the patient's vision. And it's proven to work. We've shown in an animal model known as P23H mice to recover its vision. So this model actually mimics human disease, RP disease. They have a mutation and they also lose their vision over time. We performed an electroretinography, or ERG, to assess their vision function. And if you take a look at the middle of the chart, when we performed the baseline ERG at week 4, these mice were functionally blind. But after receiving IGT-001 and our rod cells alone, they were able to gain ERG function relative to the sham or the control group. And the picture on the right, as you can see the staining, basically would signal, the red color signal the surviving photoreceptors. And with these, we're confirming not just functional, but also anatomical recovery. So we're also differentiated relative to most of the gene therapy out there. We're mutation agnostic. First, we have a large market size because we're mutation agnostic. There are more than 150 plus mutations out there, and it's simply not practical to solve RP with gene therapy. Second, we're more efficacious. Gene therapy are really preventative in nature. It won't work when the disease has progressed too far. But we have shown that we have the ability to restore and recover vision. Third, we're also safe. Thanks to our hydrogel, we're performing an intravitreal injection, which is an in-office and simple procedure, whereas the subretinal, the gene therapy approach, requires an operating room surgery, much more invasive. So since we were founded in Harvard, we've raised $1 million in safe notes from notable investors. We've also won first place at Nucleate, the President's Innovation Challenge at Harvard, and now we're raising $10 million to be clinic ready by the end of 2025. And the proceeds will be primarily used for manufacturing and regulatory affairs. Of course, we're starting with a rare disease, but we have every intention, based on our understanding of the disease biology, to move into much larger diseases such as AMD, as well as glaucoma. So this is the team. I'm Patrick Jiang, co-founder and CBO of the company. I spent more than a decade in biopharma, notably at Horizon and Genentech. I came to Harvard Business School, and that's where I met Professor Michael Yang, who is a pioneer in retinal cell biology. My teammates, Pierre and Deep D, Pierre got his PhD from MIT in tissue engineering, where Deep D, I call her a cell whisperer. She can grow any sorts of cells, including neurons. And I also brought Dr. Dean Elliott to join the team. So I welcome all of you to join us in our journey to bring back light to our patients whose world has gone dark. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for giving hope to those that is facing retinal degenerative disease. Now, my question to you is this effective for people who have already lost their vision, or those who is already facing, near loss? And my second question would be, to what extent will the vision be restored after the application?
Very good question. So I want to start with this data. So actually, our first program, IGT-001, we're trying to recover vision. And these patients that we're targeting, they're basically at the brink of being blind. However, they still have some cells left. We're basically regrowing these neurons. Now, for the very end stage patients, we have our second program. That would be a cell transplantation. So think of like transplanting a kidney. We would be transplanting these photoreceptors. So for different disease stage, we would have to have different, essentially, interventions. And to what extent that we can recover their vision, I think the best answer is to look at a clinical trial. So actually, Michael, the PI that I'm working with, he has a company known as JSight. They're actually in phase 2B trial in the US. It's a much older technology. We have something very differentiated about our technology. They were able to essentially gain 3 lines of vision for patients with RP in their most recent clinical trial. So we think we can do a lot better.
Hi, fantastic. So you just touched on regulatory approval. How far down the road are you, and how long is that journey? And what are the key milestones in that to be able to actually provide the product?
Yeah, we're very program driven. Like, we create this company to save vision for our patients. So we do everything. We're very capital efficient. We do everything we can to take our program to the clinic. So right now we're raising 10 million. We have to be GMP ready, manufacturing ready. And our goal is to get our IND, which is kind of like you can dose patient in a clinical trial in the US by the end of 2025. So the hope is to start dosing patients with our program early 2026.
So that's clinical trials then, right?
Clinical trial, correct.
And when would it be a product?
So, I mean, typically for this trial, again, we picked a orphan indication or a rare disease. You get accelerated trial as well. So from that standpoint, typically will take about a year to do your phase 1, phase 2B. And then another 2 to 3 years. So we're hoping by the end of essentially, 2029, 2030, we'll get a treatment.
Thank you.
But we will have compassionate use for patients who want to sign up for the program when we're in clinical trial.
Thank you.
How much are you going to charge per patient, and how do you think about the financial model for the patient?
Yeah. I think the best example is to look at Spark Therapeutics. It's the first gene therapy approved for human use. It was acquired by Genentech with Roche for $5 billion in 2019. This drug is already on the market. It's only working for 1% of the patient with a very specific mutation. So that's about 100 patients in the US. Now, they're sold for $800,000 per eye. So that's a lot of money. But the patient in the US, because they have insurance, they do not pay that much. They pay essentially zero out of pocket. Their revenue right now in the US for Spark is about $100 million per year. That's the product. So for us, we have a mutation agnostic approach. So our market size essentially is 100 times more if it works. So we are definitely not going to price as much because that would be too much for the system to bear. I think after talking to people like health economists, we're going to price it around 50,000 per eye to 100,000 vial per eye.
And with that pricing model, does that restrict your product in specific locations, or how do you think about sort of making sure that your product goes into as many markets as possible?
Yeah, like very, very good question. So for this product, we're going to start in the US, and then once we have commercialized it, we're going to start in Asia. I think Singapore would be an excellent country for me to sort of like access the broader Asia, and it's very common for pharma company to have different pricing model in different countries just because the health economics is so different. And we definitely will take into consideration of the affordability, not just for the patient, but also the insurer, the government, into consideration and making sure, again, we start this company to have this treatment go to patients. So we do not want access or affordability to prevent us from serving those patients.
So you need 10 million to get you through, I think, the next
Clinic
couple
ready.
of years, right? And then to your 2029, when you get the FDA approval, how much more will you need to get to FDA?
Yeah. So for the clinical trial, there's typically like phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, basically. And for rare disease, you can combine 1 and 2 together, actually. So that's the benefit. So what we're going to do is we're going to spend another 30 million to get to that phase 1, like 2 combined. And then phase 3, we're going to need another 70 million. So like do the math, it's probably about 100 million to get to approval.
And Spark is an apples-to-apples comparison in terms of the disease that you're trying to address, but yours is, like you said, there's
Mutation
one variant, and you have 100. So, that's great, and that sounds like a big company already. So theoretically, you can be even bigger. But you also talked about a couple of other diseases. How far away will those be, assuming you get to your FDA approval for this disease? How much more effort is it to get to the others?
Yeah, so for some of these other disease, like for example, like macular degeneration, there's actually a lot of patients in Singapore as well as Asia that have this condition, very prevalent in Asians. We already started some preclinical programs, so we're testing it in some animal models. We realized for this disease, because there's like 200 million patients worldwide, doing a cell therapy might be very tough. So what we're actually doing is we're distilling the proteins. Remember, because like for us, we're using the protein our cells secrete to treat these patients. So we have a different approach. Basically, we're culturing these cells ex vivo. We're taking the protein and we're using that as a solution. So that would also bring our manufacturing cost down, our margin down as well, because we're serving just a lot more patients in this second disease.
And then the third?
So as the, glaucoma is a black box. Very, very, very difficult disease, not a lot known about it. We are doing a lot of research right now just to even understand the disease biology. I would say for AMD, we're kind of in like preclinical model testing now, but for glaucoma, we're still in the sort of exploratory understanding of the disease biology a little bit better.
Thank you.
A quick clarification. You're not talking about iPS cell, RPE therapy. You're talking about a biologics therapy.
So actually, really great question. Our cell, we have different cell lines. We have iPSC derived, we have embryonic derived, and the first program, IHC001, is actually primary donor cells. So essentially, it's fetal derived. We take these cells. Our IP is actually a very innovative protocol that can expand these fated neuron indefinitely. So, I'm sure people here know that neurons, once they kind of mature, they do not grow anymore. We have a protocol that basically can induce their mitosis, so they keep growing. So from one donor, like essentially one donor eye, we can grow billions of photoreceptors.
So you're taking fetal cells, convert them into neurons, and inject the neurons with the hydrogels?
Biomaterial, correct, yes.
Understood.
All right. Yeah, I have a question. Like, for example, glaucoma, the existing treatment, a lot of it is, you got to put very frequent...
eye drops.
Eye drops. So in your case, what is the frequency of the application?
So excellent question. So this
and
is
also the cost, because earlier you mentioned you're trying to target like $50,000. Is it per application or the full treatment cycle?
So I'll answer the first question with respect to duration, sort of like how long the gel lasts. So this is actually one of the innovation of our hydrogel. Just go back to So the hydrogel is made of the same polymer within your liquid of the eye. We can actually tune it for different duration. So for the first program, we're tuning it for 3 months. And the reason is because, I don't know if there's any ophthalmologists here, for RP, this disease, they want to see their patients every 3 months because it's a very tough disease. For something like glaucoma, we're actually talking to another pharma company. What they really want to do, because like the glaucoma patient, they have to do eye drops every day. They want a sustained release, right, that improve the patient compliance. So we're doing essentially a 6 to 12 months formulation of essentially the IOP or intraocular pressure agents, and then we can inject that. So the hydrogel is quite versatile, and that's also where we have like a platform angle where we can do drug delivery with that. And then I think you mentioned about the second question, which is kind of like, what's your profit margin? For cell therapy, the profit margin is actually not as high as a small molecule, which is like 99% or 98%. We're at around 50%. The reason that we're higher than some of these genetically modified cells is that we actually don't use AAV. We don't use virus to manufacture or genetically modify the cells, and that brings down the cost. Our protocol is an environmental and chemical transcription factor-based approach. So that brings down the cost. Yeah, so I would say around like 50% gross margin.
Let me see, is there any? We do have questions from the audience, but it looks like you have already answered them because the panel of judges already asked them. All right, if there is no more questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We look forward to the magic potion.
Thank you.
Thank you, team InGel Therapeutics. May we invite you back to your seats.
We would now like to invite our third team, Medea Biopharma from the Technical University of Munich, Germany, for their pitch.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is George, and I'm from Georgia, so it's quite easy to remember. And I'm the founder of Medea Biopharma, a German biotech company. Ladies and gentlemen, since today 10 a.m., when we joined this hall, more than 500 people died because of the infection that was caused by the antimicrobial resistant bacteria. And the number will be 5,000 in just only 25 years. Namely, the overusage of existing antibacterial solutions, such as antibiotics or pesticides, made bacteria resistant, meaning it cannot be killed and the infections cannot be treated anymore. This is why every single year 1.4 million people die, and therefore the existing solutions are banned, and there is an urgent need for a new generation of alternatives. We are Medea Biopharma, and we are developing the next generation of sustainable and advanced antibacterial solutions based on bacteriophages. So what are the bacteriophages? Bacteriophages are natural evolutionary microorganisms that effectively kill bacteria. In fact, each of you has more than 8 billion on each hand. They are safe for humans, animals, and plants, and they also have the capability to adapt to bacteria and therefore avoid their resistance. At the same time, they have a very narrow spectrum, meaning you can direct them in a way that only harmful bacteria is killed. In order to fully utilize the potential of bacteriophages and create the best phage-based antibacterial end products, we are using our in-house automation patent-pending technology platform consisting of a bioreactor and software tool, giving us a tremendous competitive advantage in terms of efficiency, flexibility, and speed. How does it work? Well, with the help of our bioreactor, we can find phage species from natural sources 5 times faster than the existing solutions. At the same time, it helps us to create large biobanks, the phage collections. Now, with the help of software, we then can see and choose best phage species, depending on the use case, and create the best optimal formulations as an end product, and then basically produce them and deliver as antibacterial solutions. We are, compared to the existing solutions, fully green, natural, we have no side effects, and we are also capable of customizing the products and delivering them much faster than antibiotics, for instance. The products can be used in different areas, agriculture, personal care, as well as pharma. But first we are starting with the agriculture segment because this is the largest market, as well as the main reason for the antimicrobial resistance problematic. At the same time, the existing solutions are banned, so there is an urgent need for new alternative solutions. And also, recently, including this year, several countries specifically created new regulations, very flexible specifically for phages, including the European Union. The products can be used to treat bacteria in animals and aquaculture, in food safety and food preservation, as well as in plant protection. First, we are starting with animal care as well as food production. In animal care, we are first focusing on the development of veterinary drug product for cows for European Union, for which we already have 2 large veterinary and agriculture corporates as our R&D partners. The 3 years R&D project will start in Q1 2024, and for this we will get an upfront investment in 7-digit amount euros. Then when the products are on the market, we will participate in revenue sharing as well as licensing fees. When it comes to the food production, we are developing products to eliminate bacteria in food safety process, so in food processing itself, such as Salmonella or Listeria, as well as to extend the shelf life of the products for food preservation. Also here we see a huge demand, and we are basically negotiating now the deals and contracts with 3 manufacturers. We also see a huge demand in aquaculture industry to create antibiotic alternatives for shrimps and prawns, as well as in pet cosmetic. In fact, in Singapore, we had amazing meetings for aquaculture industry, in fact. So far, we've been doing the R&D for since 2017. We created the technology platform as a prototype, as well as test products. We have our own S2 lab in Germany. We recently closed our pre-seed 7-digit investment round, but we are actually extending the round due to the high demand, and we've been part of different accelerator programs and incubators. Our team has more than 35 years of experience in this particular area. Rudiger has been working in this area for 11 years. He co-founded a biotech incubator in the Europe's largest entrepreneurship center, as well as is an advisor of German parliament. Elena working for phage industry and having her PhD in this area for more than 12 years, and also published several scientific papers. I myself am a serial entrepreneur. I sold my first company in 2020 when I was 25, and I've been since then a visiting lecturer at the Technical University of Munich, as well as mentoring different accelerator programs. Our goal is to become world's largest and leading antimicrobial powerhouse, and this is a really good timing for this, because phages are now in trend. A lot of companies started investing in it, so be part of our journey. Thanks a lot.
All right, thank you. Fantastic. I love the idea. Now, I'm very interested to know in your product number 2, the application on the food safety aspect. Could you share with us how do you apply your product in particularly on your second
so in
product?
terms of food safety, basically the idea is to apply the product on the surface of the food during the food processing itself. So it can be a salad surface, for instance, or meat surface, and eliminate bacteria during the production process itself. This could be, for instance, quite interesting for the cheese industry. We've known a lot of bacteria spreading situations, like Campylobacter salmonella, for instance, Listeria especially. And this is the idea for food safety. In fact, there are also already companies, also including the US, focusing on this particular segment.
Well, I like the idea about food preservation, especially for very delicate fruits like strawberry, blueberries, you name it. But the question is, who is your target customer? B2C, B2B?
Very good question. So our model as a biotech company is we don't want to deal with end customers, because we see ourselves in the back end as our main core know-how, meaning we want to collaborate, let's say in this particular segment, with large food producer company or chemical company that produces processing aids or similar solutions already. So we partner with these firms, we co-invest together and to distribute the risks, and these companies then sell the products to the end customers. In the future, of course, there is a probability that we will also push the end customer business, but for now, I think it would not be strategically correct to focus on this particular area.
Yeah. Thanks for that. Actually, I wanted to follow up that question, because my question to you is, are you more a platform company or a product company? Right.
Very good. Yeah, right now, basically, we are using the platform for ourselves, but in the future, we can become a platform company when the phage market itself will grow. Because right now, the phage industry is growing. It's literally started right now. So meaning we have to develop the products on our own to boost it and push it, accelerate it. But at some point when there will be a demand, in fact, there were some questions in the previous event as well, if we could use our automation technology as a service, for instance. But in the future, yeah.
Hi, you touched on this a couple of times. You said phages are a hot area right now. There's a lot of different organizations targeting it. What's going to allow you to capture the value from your product as opposed to another competitor?
Yeah, compared to the competitors. So first of all, regarding how hot the topic is, BioNTech acquired in 2021 an Austrian phage-based company, Phagomed, for 9-digit amount. And this is because they have their own strategic goals, obviously. Bayer invested in a plant protection company focusing on phages. Demeter invested in a similar company. So basically, there is a high demand with it. What we do is we are using this automation technology platform, our bioreactor and software tool, basically, to be able to develop the largest biobanks, like the actual physical collections of phages, as soon as possible, and also extend it in a continuous matter. And this gives us a tremendous competitive advantage, because then we are capable, without considering the change of the bacteria strain, to be and choose the best phages anytime. Because the bacteria changes, there are new strains coming up, so you need new phage species as well. So instead of manual work, we are basically doing it all the time.
what are the safety profile for phage, and what do you think are the regulatory considerations to approve phage for consumer use?
The safety profile for phages?
Safety profile for phage and regulatory consideration to get the product approved?
Yeah, good question. So phages are considered highly safe, in fact, in the category 1, basically, because they have no side effects, and this is the body has an immune system since they live everywhere. This is the first thing. When it comes to the regulation, we have to separate what kind of product we are talking about. When we are talking about the veterinary drug product, for instance, this is a new regulation coming, published this year in European Union, giving a tremendous flexibility how to bring the phages on the market. It allows the line extension, meaning not only that one specific product will be authorized, but the biobank as a collection itself, which can be extended also in the future. And this is a game changer. That's why we actually got the investment as well, because for every single biological product, this is always an issue. They are not as stable as chemical products, so you need certain flexibility in the regulation to adjust it. And this is actually the first regulation that is coming now out for the first time for veterinary use. So this is by far the best timing. And as we know, if EMA published it, then usually the other countries will also copy it.
One question. You mentioned software a few times. So are you guys writing your own software?
Yeah, we have everything is in-house, including bioreactor as well as software. Everything.
How many people are doing software specifically?
We have 2 employees doing the software right now, but we've been doing it since 2017, and bioreactor has been done by 2 people as well.
Thanks. Just a follow-up on the earlier question, right? I think where you clarified more of a platform company first, then a product company. But what is your business model then in that regard?
The business model in
relation to you being as a platform company.
As a platform company. Well, we have to see it in the future. Obviously, the possibility could be actually due to the certain IPs elements. I would not say everything, but for instance, offering as a service, obviously. Licensing the libraries, for instance, as well as basically offering the technology platform as a service to other companies that want to develop the phage-based products. This is the typical model. But I can tell you later in private the other type of, especially monetizing the bioreactors, for instance. There are some ideas. But this is for the future. For now, we are focusing only on the biological products, because then we have to be a hardware company, and this is... we will lose focus, basically.
Yes, exciting stuff. It sounds like it's a big market, and you're catching it at the start. And of course, it's going to invite some competition, right? So what's the competitive landscape right now, and how do you sustain your lead?
Yeah. Oh, okay. These are the exit opportunities. This is basically why you should invest now. So basically, the competitive landscape right now, these are, from our perspective, the main ones. Phagos from France, Proteon Pharmaceuticals from Poland, Micreos from Netherlands, and Intralytics from the US. But there are already new competitors coming, since the market is, in fact, World Economic Forum listed phages as top 10 hot topics for 2023. So basically, this is boosted. When it comes to the competitive advantage, here's the thing. As soon as you bring one specific product on the market, let's say a veterinary drug, it becomes very difficult already to copy and enter the same region with your own product. So let's say if the company is based in the US, for them it's much more difficult to enter the European market, for instance, like for us is to enter the Asian market. That's why what we play is, instead of developing the products on our own, by the way, we want to partner with large corporations. We are not naive to start selling the products to the, let's say, shrimp farms as a direct-to-customer approach. This would not even make any sense. And the competitive advantage itself is to create large phage libraries, have a huge biobank, have a data, and create the products then. And this is already a large competitive one.
So are the other competitors thinking like that, or you're the only one setting up like that? Is everybody else trying to build product?
Well, some of them already have products. I mean, for instance, Proteon Pharmaceutical is selling feed additives for Indian market.
But who's playing the platform game, I guess is my question. Are those all...
Yeah, platform play, we are playing the platform game.
The competitors aren't?
No.
Okay.
We are basically, the technology we are using is also very new. So
So you're the only one, so just to clarify, you're the only ones playing the platform game.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah. Out of them, yeah.
Thank you.
I assume that you are going to have new features discovered for various applications. How are you going to do your tox study, and how are you going to address safety and tox issues?
The toxicological studies?
Yeah.
Well, it basically depends. I mean, we have partners for it, especially regarding the new regulation. We will have to find the partners for it. But these particular questions would not be in my competency. My co-founder, who actually had a COVID and could not come to Singapore at all, he is basically responsible for the clinical trials as well as product pipeline itself. But I would love to follow up with that regard.
Among the three uses, agricultural use, animal use, and human application.
Can you please repeat?
Agricultural use and animal use and human application, the safety standards differs. So
Yeah.
which market do you think is best for you?
Right, I mean, agriculture is by far the best for us. That's why we are starting. In fact, we wanted to actually start with pharma, but we quite quickly found out, you have to have a certain traction to be even taken seriously in that industry. So that's why we switched instantly with the help of the research and interviews on agriculture segment. And literally it happened in September, October last year. And in January, the EMA published the new regulation, which surprised us a lot. In fact, we actually consulted German parliament, and now also we submitted commentaries to EMA as well. So this actually made proof that the agriculture industry is really the good one as a first market to go. And later we will see. I mean, we also like the cosmetic industry, the rather easier ones, or relatively easier one, let's say. But our main goal is to be able in 10, 15 years to meet someone on the street who is still alive because we did a great job. So for sure, our main goal is to go pharma.
All right. Now, the question here is, I know you are very early in the stage, although you have already started, building this up since 2017. My question is, show us the money. What is the financial economics, in terms of where you are at, and when are you going to be profitable?
Well, financial, unit economics, it's very complicated to say for when you are talking about veterinary drug, because we have there the most data. What we know for sure is equivalent products that are sustainable to treat cows, let's say, like sustainable alternatives to antibiotics. We are talking about 90 to 100 euro prices per treatment. So this is also something we will push. We are aware that they are expensive, they're more expensive than antibiotics, but you can't use antibiotics anymore. So, there are not many alternatives there. When it comes to margins, we are aware of the fact that approximately 2/3 is always goes to the large pharma company, basically. So we will basically leave with 1/3, and therefore we have to make sure that the production as well as delivery should be within, in this particular case, within 30 euros, which is perfectly manageable. First, for the production, we will use, this one will require a GMP production, so we will use third parties. We don't have capacities to have our own GMP production. But I observed that you like this kind of question. So basically, in the Series B, we would actually raise approximately 15 to 20 million to invest in our own GMP production facility. But before the Series A would be probably 5 to 7. But before that, we will actually do the production for GMP with the third parties. We can produce non-GMP products already with the help of our technology. We are capable of doing that in a high concentration method that we can then deconcentrate and do it on our own. But for veterinary drug, we need the GMP producer. As for the profitability, in fact, our goal is basically to, with those projects, with those partners especially, we want to cover our own costs to at least basically survive and prolong the runway. We have enough runway right now because we'll close around 2 months ago. But our idea is basically to make everything as commercially viable as possible. We don't want to be an R&D institution. We actually want to be actual biotech company. We don't want to be focus on R&D.
So a quick follow-up on the agriculture industry. That's, I guess, big in Asia. Not as much maybe for cows, but chicken and fish. Your platform, I assume, would be useful for these products as well.
Yeah, I mean, the phages, when we create the biobanks with our platform, it doesn't really matter for which we will use the phages. I mean, we can use for whatever we want. Same phages as well. I mean, some products can be used in veterinary, some in the fish or so on. We actually like aquaculture. This is an interesting market because of the less price sensitivity or relatively less price sensitivity compared to chickens. I mean, as an example, even in Europe for vaccines, one chicken producer spends 3 to 4 cents. So it's very, very difficult to somehow squeeze in those 4 cents. It would not make any sense with phages. The price difference would be too much. But we see a huge demand here for Asian market especially. And we also like this particular pet cosmetic as well.
Thank you very much. I think that's all the time we have for you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Team Medea Biopharma. May we invite you back to your seat.
We would now like to invite our fourth team, PEELSPHERE from Wasensi Kunsthausschule, Berlin, Germany, for their pitch.
Hello everyone, I'm Yuan Song. I'm founder of PEELSPHERE. So now let me start by sharing the innovation and the execution of PEELSPHERE. So PEELSPHERE originates from Berlin and is also located in Shenzhen. It is an innovative company that develops and uses 100% bio-based and biodegradable materials. And our team is composed of scientists, business developers, and designers, spanning fields such as material synthetic biology, microalgae biotech, and biomaterial design. So our star product, algae skin, patented in Europe and China. So the production process does not use any harmful chemicals and not produce any toxic emissions. So aligning perfectly with the SDG 12 and 13. So we have also achieved the highest level of bio-based certification from the TÜV Austria. So as a result, PEELSPHERE have received support from the European Union and German government and has won the German Sustainability Award, Carrying Generation Award, and also the Oxford All Innovate Award. So most importantly, so compared to traditional polyurethane and animal leather, so our material offer outstanding performance and can realize patents that many luxury brands find super surprising. So PEELSPHERE is a perfect alternative for petrol-based material and synthetic leather using much less water, energy, and is carbon neutral. So it's now widely used in fashion, automotive, furniture, and consumer goods. So about our business marketing, given the huge demand in the bio-innovative material market, especially for leather alternatives, expected to reach 60 billion by 2026, and our products unparalleled technical advantages and superior performance, production speed, price, and aesthetics. So we have been featured by over 60 global media and have been reached out to over 100 brands across various industries. For example, we collaborate with BMW to create the Bitbauer beer using our apple waste material, and also to make car covers for Mercedes-Benz EQE electric car. And here showcase an installation in Milan Design Week powered by Phobos. So, yeah. Also appeared at the world's largest men's fashion week, PT Umo, in this year, and also Paris Fashion Show. And about our business revenue, by participating in various innovative events, we have received new orders from brands like Starbucks, Uniqlo, and Gucci, who has a true demand for bio-based material, and we are in the process of finalizing sample project for luxury and automobile brand, and is now opting order with demand over 1,000 square meter from Uniqlo, like Bottega Veneta, etc. So we can see clear the business model, and we gain insight into brand feedback and orders. So leverage sales data to benefit future R&D and innovations, thereby catalyzing repeat sales. And now about our growth plan, given the increasing market demand for PEELSPHERE products, we plan to establish our professional process-driven marketing system in Q3 and Q4. So our revenue this year is around $140,000, and it is expected to grow next year up to $3 million. So our goal is to soon make PEELSPHERE the leading sustainable materials collaborate with global high-end products. Yes, about the vision and mission of PEELSPHERE, we value our collaboration with brands reflecting our vision for a green future. So at this moment, I'm proud to represent PEELSPHERE at this international spotlight in Singapore, sharing our efforts alongside many outstanding innovators. So on the journey to sustainability, every small achievement of PEELSPHERE is aligned with humanity's shared aspiration for a better Earth. So like this is story of PEELSPHERE, and I thank you all very much for listening. Thank you. So here I show the handbag is made with one banana peels. So you can, maybe you can see the details of the
Thank
bags.
you. Okay, can pass this on. Well, thank you for making me very excited, because I see some of my favorite brands that's out there. So the question here is, if they successfully adopt your material, how much savings me as a consumer can expect out from it? So basically, I'm talking about, the price economics. What is your pricing structure? How do you compare with the real leather that's out there?
Thank you for your question. Based on your question, we aim to that currently the leather industry causes a lot of energy and also electricity and also CO2 emissions, and by replacing with our biomaterial, they can realize carbon neutral as well. And in the future, that might be at the starting point that we can, for example, replace a part of the luxury products, and eventually we will take make the entire product for them.
Well, you still haven't quite addressed in terms of the pricing part of it,
The price?
Yes.
Yeah, compared with traditional leather, that our biomaterial is like 2/3 of the price, and they can.
So let's say, for example, you compare with a cowhide leather.
Yeah.
In terms of price difference.
Yeah, the cow hide is normally from 80 to 140 euro, and our material now the price is around is 80 euro.
Per square meter.
Per square meter, yeah.
Okay, maybe a particular question. It's a little bit like diamonds. There is the real diamond, then there is the synthetic diamond. Now, synthetic diamond, 人造钻石.
Synthetic leather?
No, I'm saying it's a parallel thing, right? There is real diamond, and then there is synthetic diamond, 人造钻石. Okay. Now, when a boy gives a girl a diamond, the girl expects a real diamond for engagement rings. So how does it, because I saw all your tier 1 brands, Cartier included, how does that, how do they plan to use synthetic leather in their product? Do you have a view on that?
Do you mean that how would luxury brand use synthetic leather?
Yeah, the tier 1 European brands, right?
Yeah.
why would they want to use synthetic leather? Because they're selling exclusive.
Yeah, because currently the luxury brand and also the fashion brand, they are the most that waste cost industries, and they have agreement on 2018 that by 2030 they need to reduce their carbon emission by at least 50%. So they have like a really demanding requirements on the replacement of the real leather and also the synthetic leather.
Is your synthetic leather biodegradable?
Synthetic leather, normal synthetic leather is with a lot of petrol and medical stuffs, so it's not.
All the material is biodegradable, but we need to see how long it's biodegradable or degradable.
Do you mean our material or normal?
Your material.
Our raw material.
100% biodegradable and bio-based.
Yes. And we
got the certificate from TÜV Austria, so it's 4-star.
Yeah, with 4 stars. The 4 stars means that the highest bio-based content over 96%.
Sorry. So my question here is about durability. As you know, for example, those synthetic leather, when exposed to humidity, it gets integrated, over time. So how do you, could you address about durability of your product?
Yeah, we have technical test result, and currently our material have the same level as reinforced polyurethane material, and we also passed the basic requirements from many of the luxury brands standards. Yeah, this is some basic technical data of the material, and they can already apply the material to some of their basic series.
So back to biodegradable, right? Follow on to Shirley's question. How long before it degenerates like this head here? Or do you have to do something to make it degrade away? This head, how long will it last before it starts to degrade away?
It can be used as normal as a leather or a synthetic leather product. So it's the same that you can wear it maybe for 10 years.
10 years. But it doesn't just degrade away after.
No. Just we need a certain.
You have to recycle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Certain circumstance to recycle it. 没有，他想问的是性能。你大声一点，声音太小了。他的声音也很小。
Well, we also do not have any questions from the public, from the audience. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, team. May we invite you back to your seats.
Finally, may we invite our final presenting team, Supernova from Tsinghua University, China, up on stage for their pitch.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lu Jie, the founder and CEO of Supernova. This is our co-founder, Sarah. I'm very honored to be here to introduce a rising star in energy storage battery to you all. Energy storage is crucial for achieving carbon neutrality and is a significant challenge for sustainable energy sources like solar and wind power. In recent years, there has been a rapid increase in the demand and market size of energy storage batteries. But traditional energy storage batteries have deficiencies, such as fire hazards, high cost, and insufficient performance. We need safe, affordable, and high-performance alternatives. Our breakthrough solution is the aqueous zinc ion battery. We call it AZIB, which replaces the organic electrolyte with aqueous electrolyte for enhanced safety and the rate potential. By leveraging the zinc ion technology, we can reduce costs by at least 50% compared to lithium-ion batteries. Aqueous zinc ion batteries offer multi-electron exchange during the charge and discharge progress to enhance the theoretical capacity. Superior performance, safety, and cost effectiveness make AZIB a no-brainer for energy storage. After 10 years of technical research, we have overcome the key challenges of AZIB. Our breakthrough technology has significantly improved the actual capacity, extended lifespan, and enhanced the dynamics of AZIBs. We have obtained around 20 patents and published lots of papers in top journals like Nature Com and Advanced Materials. Our batteries demonstrate high safety, long lifespan, and low temperature tolerance, and fast charge and discharge capacities. It shows high capacity even at cold conditions and high current densities, which fills the shortcomings of lithium-ion batteries. With a lifespan exceeding 30,000 cycles, 10 times that of lithium-ion batteries. Our batteries achieve 1/20 of the life cycle cost of lithium-ion batteries. Additionally, they are quite safe, remaining fire resistant even when cut and punctured.
Okay. Now let's move to the business section. So because of the exceptional value for money, our battery will be used in extensive scenarios as listed above. And by 2030, the global capacity demand of the battery energy storage will reach to around 2,000 GWh. And with its corresponding global market size, it's estimated to be over 200 billion Singapore dollar. And in China alone, the market size of the AZIB will be reach over 20 million Singapore dollar. So for the next 5 years, we will focus on the developing of our products. We will establish the pilots and the mass production lines, and we will also deliver demonstration projects as well. So currently, we will focus more on the product development, and we focus that we will receive revenue next year because we have already secured several preliminary products of our sales. And in terms of our teams, empowered by the scientists from the prestigious Tsinghua and the KIT, our team has already accumulated many experience in academic and engineering for over 10 years. And we also have possessed many exceptional operational and management capabilities, which enable us to expedite our process of industrialization and commercialization. Therefore, further to that, we also have a seasoned industry experts as well, who can guide us in the critical steps from the inception to fruition. Therefore, all in all, we firmly believe that our technical will make the world getting better by empowering the sustainable energy. So that's all. Thank you.
All right. You two ladies really make me very happy because you bring diversity to the era of the being as a trailblazer in the tech industry. So well done. Now I have for our greater audience here, because you are in this very innovative and deep tech space, could you help us dissect by explaining why because you are using zinc ion, right, as the material. Tell us what's the difference between zinc ion versus lithium and sodium ion. What makes you more superior?
Can we speak in Chinese and we have the translator for more technical things?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
我们之所以选择水系锌离子电池，是基于2个考虑。
Why we choose this aqueous
Ion battery
ion battery is because based on 2 reasons.
首先第一点是我们选用了水基作为电解液体系，这是一种本质安全的技术体系。之前的锂电体系普遍采用的是有机电解液体系，那这是一种类似汽油的这样一种易燃易爆的体系，然后会使我们的电池有燃爆的风险。
The reason why we choose the aqueous electrolyte is because to use this as the base, because as everybody understand, water cannot get on fire. So for the organic electrolytes, because it's using this base, it has this nature to get on fire easily. That's why by nature it's not safe.
OK， 同时水系还有低成本以及高功率密度，也就是说它能够实现快速充放电的一个潜能。
Besides that, for this with the water base, sorry, could you repeat the part?
它是低价的。
Okay, because the water, I think everybody understand very easily, is quite low cost. And plus that it can enable the fast charging and fast discharge this capability.
Yeah. 另外一点，我们为什么选择锌作为电池的负极？其实是因为锌是少数能够在水基电解液中稳定工作的负极体系，然后它的这个自然界的储量是非常丰富的，是第4大金属体系。
The reason why they choose zinc, first of all, is one of the very rare metals which can work well in the water to form the battery. And it's stable. Yeah, stability is one of the key. And second is that zinc is one of the largest stored metal in the world.
总体而言，我们是基于高安全性和低成本这2个本质特点，然后来选择这个技术体系。同时，它在性能上也非常有潜力。
Okay, so to conclude, first of all, is the importance is the safety. Second is the cost. So that's the reason why they choose this aqueous zinc ion battery to do this research.
特别是在储能这个应用场景以及我们这个时代的发展大背景下。
Especially under this whole background of the development of the sustainable energy store, and also the new policies made in this direction.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. For the same capacity, can you share with us what's the cost difference and the weight difference?
那个麻烦说一下那个成本上的区别和它的那个重量上的区别。
OK。
同样的储能储能megawatt， 同样的储能效果。
储能的效果。我们那首先来说成本上的差别吧。我们其实是有做一个测算的。This picture shows the bill of material costs between the zinc and the lithium-ion batteries. You can see this picture. The lithium-ion battery, the cathode, anode, electrolyte, and separator, and the pack is separated in the top one. The top one, it's about 0.7 RMB per WH. But our zip now is pretty cost down, about 0.5 per RMB per WH. In the future, our zip 随着规模化和产业化的进程，大概是0.3左右，甚至更低的成本。对，就大概是
So with the scale of this, the cost can be further bring down to even below 0.3 RMB per watt.
Yes. These are the cost.
So they have another question.
然后关于 关于性能方面，其实主要集中在3个方面。我们储能最关注的3个指标其实是安全、成本和我们的循环寿命。
So the most important thing when they're talking about the energy storage battery is the 3 areas you can see on the top. Is the safety, cost, and cycle life.
关于安全性，刚刚其实已经说过了，我们本质的差别是基于水基的，是一个本着安全的体系。
So based on what we have explained earlier, that the safety is because of the nature of the water.
Yeah, 然后成本也会是基于原材料的成本更低，以及我们生产制造的降本，整体的成本也是锂电的1半以下。
Because the raw material itself is much cheaper, that's why you can see that the cost of their battery per watt is much lower than the LFP battery.
This is the lithium-ion battery, the performance of lithium-ion battery, and this is our EZIPS. You can see that our cycle life is pretty high, extended, the cycle life, and maybe the drawback is the specific energy density based on the mass. That means our battery can be a little bit heavy, but we don't use in the EV and on mobile phones. So it doesn't matter. We don't remove it very frequently. Yeah, so it doesn't matter. But we can see the volumetric energy density. It can be a little bit small. So when you use it in your home, it won't 占太大面积.
It won't occupy quite a lot of space of your home.
Yeah. How about that?
Have you patented your technology? If the answer is yes, which country have you patented the technology, and is the patent being granted?
你有注册专利吗？如果注册专利的话，在哪个国家已经拿到那个专利权了吗？
我们其实有注册20余项的美国、日本，然后包括中国的 patents， 然后目前还有10余项的这个专利正在申請中。
They have already got 20 patents in like US, Japan, China. There's another 10 plus on the way.
Is this still quite built in the lab, or you already have a production line? And then if so, where have you installed batteries already? How big are the batteries you've already been able to install?
你们现在做到哪一步了？就是还只是在实验室，还是说你已经有那个成型的产品呢？
我们实验室其实就有小式产线，对，然后是基于为我们产业化思考而搭建的。
They have already got a small production line, but it's for the purpose of to do the larger commercialization preparation.
然后我们现在已经有了 punch cell， 对，已经有了一些demo 产品。
They have got some demo
like this
prototypes.
We developed the batteries from coin cell to punch cell, and in the future we will develop the square battery. It is in processing, and we need to product the production lines in this year.
Where so the pouch cell is, I guess, for demo purposes, right? It's not for market use yet. Or is that, are you selling it already? Are people using it already?
这个你刚刚提到的那些，你做好的已经在卖了吗？还是说你只是说现在只是给人看的一个展示的产品？
主要是为了验证和测试我们的技术方案的优势。然后现在的产品的状态的话，因为还是处于手工线制作的，还不具备就是售卖的这种条件，以及电池产品需要做到认证，所以这也是我们未来要接下发展的。
So it's not selling yet because at the moment they are building this to validate the feasibility of this to sell in the market. So they are going to build the production line like a full scale with the manufacturing enable in this year.
Okay, and the
And
square
we
battery that you plan to produce, where would you sell that? What industry would be able to use a square battery?
你们会卖去哪里？卖给谁？
我们的应用场景其实是非常广泛的，但是在早期的阶段，我们将主要对标的是人群密集的工商业储能以及少量的就是家储的这样一个应用市场。
Although their battery can be used in many different kind of circumstances, they will focus on initially. First is the commercialization area. And also the residential area, energy store, commercial energy store area.
Industrial and commercial energy storage system.
Sorry, like 1 gigawatt, like or less. How big a storage are you?
但会有多大的体积 ？For the volume，
多大的一个容量？
容量 ，capacity or volume？ capacity，
capacity。今年我们预计会产出10安时到50安时的产品，然后未来我们会发展200安时的大容量的储能电芯。
10安时
Ampere hour.
An hour. I don't understand the
你自己说
unit, but
10安时是什么
？Ampere hour.
是指整个的体量是吗？也就是说，今年我们搭建的小时产线大概是100千瓦时量级的，想想100千瓦时。
100 kilowatt. So currently they are building for the 100 kilowatts.
然后明年的中式产线，我们将搭建100兆瓦时的产线，中式产线。
Next year they will build the 100 megawatt.
Just one last question. There are billions of dollars going into battery technology today around the world, solid state batteries, you name it, all sorts of different chemistries, all sorts of different technologies. How are you going to keep ahead? What is the pathway for you to maintain your lead going forwards and not to be disrupted yourselves?
现在已经有很多的钱投入在做这个那个电池啊，然后储能这些方面。你们怎么样能够保证你们一直是在这个的前端？
那我们就主要是靠技术，对吧？
现在的主流的储能的技术路线其实是磷酸铁锂体系。
磷酸铁。
现在主流的技术路径其实是锂离子电池的磷酸铁锂正极材料 LFP。
Okay, so the current trend, not the trend, the majority people are using the LFT battery.
然后它确实在像动力以及我们的3C， 也就是手持设备场景是非常适合的。
It is suitable for for example the EV and the consumer electronics is on the left, right? Yeah.
但是在储能的应用场景，我们可以看到其实锂电是非常不适用的，所以我们要发展我们这种技术路径。
However, as you can see from the past events and also based on the nature of the product itself, it has the deficiency and also not safe to use for energy storage.
我们在这个水系新电的技术方向已经积累了10多年的技术，然后同时保持着世界领先性。
That's why more than 10 years ago, they are focusing on this area to do the research. So they have already have done this research for more than 10 years, and they will keep developing in this area to make it even better.
All right, I'm sorry, the time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Team Supernova. May we invite you back to your seats.
Thank you so much to the 5 grand finalists from the beta category. We wish you all the very best. Our judges will now sequester themselves for their internal deliberations.
In the meantime, we have another round of award presentations.
Firstly, we have the INTA Foundation Social Innovation Prize. The INTA Foundation is a charitable organization working to expand educational and professional development opportunities in intellectual property for diverse, underrepresented populations around the world.
The award seeks to recognize startups whose work impacts access to education and outreach activities in the areas of diversity, equity, and inclusion. To present this award, we'd now like to invite Professor Lim San San, Vice President of Partnership and Engagement, up on stage to present the award. Prof. Lim, please.
And our winners are Karla Bionics and Yin. May we invite our winners forward on stage to receive the awards. Thank you, Professor Lim. Thank you, Professor Lim. May we now invite our winners to remain on stage for a short sharing session. Prof. Lim, may we invite you back to your seat.
May we first invite Karla Bionics up first to present and share about their innovative ventures.
I think I'm really excited to win this prize, and it's really helpful for our company. And here I wanted to say thank you for the INTA Foundation and to support and help for us. And I want to say thank you for the SMU to holding this event. Yes, according to the World Health Organization, there are over 2.5 billion with the hearing loss. Yeah, and I think it's a big number. Yeah, we believe that according to our growth of technology, more disabled can communication with normal people more easy. And we have been developing this about 8 years. And we overcame a lot of challenges. We want to use our technology to help those with hearing loss. And we do this by bringing science into the visual format and recognize science language, give you a voice for the mute. Yeah, I think it will be a great significant thing. And I believe that we can make a difference. And if anyone wants to join us, and we will welcome you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Yin. May we now invite Karla Bionics to present.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor for Karla Bionics to be here. First of all, I would like to say thank you so much for Lee Kuan Yew Global Business Plan Competition and INTA Foundation for all this amazing opportunity. Accidents are inevitable. They can strike anywhere and everywhere. Hopefully it won't happen to us. But have you ever imagined that more than 1.3 billion people experience some form of disability, and the prevalence is higher in lower socioeconomic countries? We believe that being disabled doesn't mean that they are disabled. They have the same right to be proud and active, but only they have different abilities and they need assistive devices. However, only 2 out of 10 of them have access to assistive devices. That's why Karla Bionics is here, providing accessible assistive devices. So through Karla Bionics, we are envisioning an inclusive society where disabled are all empowered, hence improve their socioeconomic livelihood. Thank you. Let's empower disabled.
Thank you, Karla Bionics. May we invite you back to your seats.
Next up, we have the YIT Haina Innovation Prize.
The Yangtze Delta Region Institute of Tsinghua University, Zhejiang, otherwise known as YIT, is an innovative platform that leverages global technology and worldwide talent to drive technology innovation, provide technology services, foster talent development, and promote high-tech industrialization.
The YIT Haina Innovation Prize holds a value of $100,000 in cash and will be awarded to the outstanding technology project in the manufacturing, AI, or robotics sectors, which demonstrates a sustainability mindset.
To present this award, we'd now like to invite Dr. Yuan, Director of International Cooperation Department at YIT, up on stage. Dr. Lee, please.
And the winners are Flock.io and Huaxia Semiconductors.
Dr. Lee, may we invite you back to your seat. And may we invite our teams up to share about their innovative ventures. May we first begin with Flock.io to share with us more about their innovative ventures.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for this great prize, and thanks everyone. And for those who missed my pitch in the morning, which is very, very good, I know. Yeah, I talked about Flock and how Flock is actually an acronym for Federated Learning and Blockchain combined together. Flock, right? Meaning that a collective of data that can be collaboratively work together without needing to leave your own entity. So that's the technology that we are building. That's a new privacy computing paradigm that we are push forward into this market. And yeah, I really hope one day, everyone can have their privacy secured well, but still can collaborate with your friends, with your collaborators together across the world. Yeah, so yeah, this is Flock. And if you're interested, Flock.io as our name, just our website. And yeah, happy to connect with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. May we now invite Huaxia Semiconductor to present more on their innovative ventures.
Hello everyone, we are from Huaxia Semiconductor Shenzhen. Thank you for the opportunity to take part in the 11th Li Kuan Yew Global Business Plan competition. Thank you to SMU. We are especially grateful to YIT for giving us this award, which encouraged us a lot. Through this competition, we have a deeper understanding of Singapore's role as a meeting point of Eastern and Western economics. In a global context, Singapore is more and more important and has become a support for Chinese high-tech enterprises to go abroad and reach the world. We are more confident in setting up a Huaxia Semiconductor Singapore. Thank you all.
Thank you so much to both teams. May we invite you back to your seat.
Next, we will have Dr. Lee present the YIT Haina Innovation Prize in kind of $100,000. And the winners are none other than Pangea Data, KI Hydrogen, PEELSPHERE, Alina Private Limited, and New Battery Materials.
May we invite the winning teams on stage.
Dr. Lee, and to the winning teams, may we invite you back to your seat.
Next up, we have the People's Choice Award for the Beta and Infinity categories. One finalist team from the Beta category and Infinity category with the highest number of public votes will stand to receive the People's Choice Award worth $10,000 in cash that is equity-free, non-dilutive, and without any strings attached.
To present this award, we'd now like to invite Professor Lim San San, Vice President of Partnership and Engagement, to present the awards. Prof. Lim, please. And the People's Choice Award for the Beta category goes to Medea Biopharma. May we invite Medea Biopharma up on stage to receive their prize. Thank you, Medea Biopharma. May I invite you back to your seat. And now, the People's Choice Award for the Infinity category goes to PlasticFri. Congratulations, PlasticFri. May we invite you up on stage to receive your prize.
Congratulations to our winners. May we invite you all back to your seats.
Next, we would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge NSCC for awarding the NSCC Supercomputing Resource Prize to AdraVision and PUB for Water Technology Innovation Award, for which there is no winner. Next, we have two awards sponsored by Maybank. Maybank is among Asia's leading banking groups and is Southeast Asia's fourth largest bank by assets. Maybank Group has an international network of over 2,600 branches in 18 countries, including all ASEAN countries, with more than 42,000 employees serving customers worldwide.
The bank has a robust network in ASEAN, the fourth largest bank in ASEAN by assets, and the only bank with a presence in all 10 ASEAN countries. This enables the bank to be well positioned to provide seamless banking services to support entrepreneurs in the ASEAN region to build and grow their business with us as their bank partner.
To present these awards, we'd now like to invite Mr. Mark Leong, Head of SME Banking at Maybank Singapore, up on stage to present the prize. Mr. Leong, please.
The first award is the Maybank ASEAN Startup Award. Maybank is rewarding $25,000 cash prize to the top 14 startups in ASEAN. Today, we'll be presenting the awards to the top 3.
In third place, we have Yabez winning $2,000 for their prize. Thank you, Yabez. May we invite you back to your seats.
Our first runner-up is Emerstead, clinching a prize of $4,000. The team is not here with us today, but let's give them a round of applause.
And finally, the team clinching the top prize, we have Massprint Technology Group winning $7,000.
Thank you, Yabez and Emerstead, and all. May we invite you all back to your seats.
May we now invite Mass Print to remain on stage to share more about their innovative ventures. Over to you, team.
Hello, everyone. This is Tang Hongling Hu from Mass Print Technology Group. I think most of you are knows about OLED display screen. It's really clear and bright. Currently, some companies like Apple or Huawei use OLED display screen on the curved screen of their phone. However, it's not the best one. The next generation display technology is micro LED display. However, the micro LED display has not become part of our life because the fabrication process is really complex. You need to assemble many small chips onto a really small area. So the fabrication process is really expensive and challenging. So we focus on the fabrication process, and our equipment can increase fabrication efficiency by 100 times. At the same time, we can reduce the cost. So hopefully in the near future, hope everyone can use a micro LED display on your smartphone fabricated by the equipment provided by our company. Thank you very much. And again, I want to express my gratitude to this competition, this event, to SMU and also Maybank to provide me such a good opportunity to demonstrate our projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May we invite you back to your seat.
Lastly, we have the Maybank Young Entrepreneurship Shield. The Maybank Young Entrepreneurship Shield is worth $75,000 in cash and will be awarded to the most promising startups from Singapore.
This is part of Maybank's commitment to nurture entrepreneurial talents and an entrepreneurial spirit in Singapore. We now invite Mr. Mark Leong to come forward to present the award. Mr. Leong, please.
And the Maybank Young Entrepreneurship Shield winner is New Battery Materials. Thank you, Mr. Leong. May we invite you back to your seat and may we request New Battery Materials to stay on stage. New Battery Materials is also the winner of the SMU Chancellor Cup, supported by in-kind prizes from the NSCC Supercomputing Resource Prize, the Lee & Lee Legal Resource Prize, and the APRW Public Relations Resource Prize. Once again, congratulations to New Battery Materials. May I invite you to share more about your innovative ventures.
Thank you all for this award. It really means a lot to our company. New Battery Materials, we're actually a Singapore lithium battery recycling company. What we do is we have a patented technology to recycle your lithium batteries from your phone, your laptop, but the most important thing, our electric vehicles on the road. We have a facility here in Singapore that's actually recycling end-of-life batteries. So think about using your old iPhone that could be ending up in making a new battery in your electric car. That's exactly what we do. We turn used batteries, extract the material out, and actually sell it back to battery manufacturers to create a new loop. We only use electricity in our process, just like how an electric car uses electricity to run on a clean energy. It's the same concept that we have built. It is a one and only technology that we have created in Singapore, and we're definitely taking this global. And we have to definitely give thanks to all of our supporters and investors so far, people like Temasek Foundation, SG Innovate, SMRT, Comfort Delgro, and so many other people here today. And of course, today now with Maybank, we're really grateful to use this cash to grow our company to make a difference for all of us here today. Thank you.
Thank you, New Battery Materials. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all give our award recipients another round of applause. We would now like to invite all our award recipients up on stage for a mass group photo. Thank you all. May we invite you back to your seats.
We would now like to invite Ms. Shirley Wong, Chairperson of the Lee Kuan Yew Global Business Plan Competition Steering Committee, to give her closing remarks. Ms. Wong, please.
All right, I'm not ready to give the results, in case you are wondering. All right, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and our exceptional guests and finalists. Now, as we gather here for the grand finals of the 11th Lee Kuan Yew Global Business Plan Competition, I'm reminded of the words of the renowned Henry Kissinger. Well, he said in his tribute to our founding Prime Minister, the late Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, and he wrote in his book, he said that a great leader takes his or her society from where it is to where it has never been, indeed, where it has yet cannot imagine being. I know there's a lot to take in. So how I dissect it is that where we have never been and where we cannot fathom being lies a new, unknown, and unpredictable future. In those words, we find the essence of this competition, a journey from the known to the unknown and from the familiar to the unimaginable. Now, it is a journey that takes us to a new, unpredictable future. And it is this vision of an uncharted, innovative tomorrow that has always served as a guiding star for us. Now, as the chairperson of the 11th Lee Kuan Yew Global Business Plan Competition Steering Committee and also the chief judge, I am always inspired by the fact that our founding Prime Minister, who embodies the spirit of entrepreneurship, innovation, and ambition, lent his name to this competition in support of youth entrepreneurship. This is why we strive year after year, edition after edition, to build a global competition that grants us all a platform to catch glimpses of an unknown tomorrow. And through the eyes of bright, young change makers like you, tasked to reimagine a smart, sustainable, and resilient future, this year we received an astounding 1,000 submissions. You heard it over and over again. But this is a number that we are so proud of, all right, that many are here for the Innovations Beyond Boundaries competition. And through rigorous judging, I have had the privilege of witnessing the brilliance of young innovators and entrepreneurs. By bringing our young founders the wisdom of established mentors and ties to generations of trailblazers this past week, we hope to supercharge their ideas, enable them on their trajectory of building a compelling future and navigating the unfamiliar. Now, as the 11th LKYGBPC draw to a close, I hope that your time here has not been about just the competition, but also about forging new friendships, sparkling new and fresh ideas, and igniting new collaborations in Singapore. Remember, as you continue your entrepreneurship journey, you will not walk alone. I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to our grand finalists, and I wish all the very best as you navigate the path of success. Now, before I conclude, I would also like to extend my deepest gratitude to all those who played a pivotal role in the success of this year's competition. Firstly, our generous sponsors whose unwavering support has been instrumental in making this year's LKYGBPC a success. Next, our esteemed steering committee members. With their expertise, guidance, we have been invaluable in charting the course of this competition for the past 2 years. And of course, our category and grand final judges who have carefully evaluated the finalists and made the challenging decision that led us to our distinguished winners today. Our mentors who have generously provided invaluable advice, insights, and connections to our finalists. And most important of all, the entire team from SMU Innovation, Institute of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, who has spent tireless nights conceptualizing, planning, executing the competition. Don't you think they deserve a big clap? They are awesome, you know. And apart from the staff in IIE, I must also say, we also have a very remarkable student executive committee who has generously volunteered their time and effort in overseeing aspects such as marketing, sponsorships, welfare of our participants in the midst, some of them in the midst of their exam, all right, and studies. Now, all of your unwavering support and efforts have been instrumental in shaping this competition into what it is today. It is your collective commitment that ensures the legacy of Mr. Lee Kuan Yew and this competition continues to shine brightly. Now, thank you for being part of this incredible journey, and may the spirit of entrepreneurship and innovation continue to guide us into the unknown tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wong, for your heartening words. May we invite you back to your seat.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have some amazing news. Team MSET has joined us here again, and we would like to give them the opportunity to receive their check for their ASEAN Startup Award.
We will now like to invite Mr. Mark Leong up on stage once again, the head of SME Banking at Maybank Singapore. May we now invite MSET up on stage to receive their award.
That the team and Mr. Mark Leong remain on stage. We'll now be inviting all the Maybank awardees on stage for a group photo. All Maybank awardees, do join us on stage.
all, may we invite you back to your seats.
Wow, Cheyenne, we have seen so much today, so many wonderful and brilliant minds and interesting and innovative ideas that could really change the world. We would like to thank everybody for being here today and for being part of such a momentous and historic event.
Indeed, Meenakshi, sadly, all good things must come to the end, and this marks the end of our festivities for today and the end of Blaze Week. To every visionary out there and present here today, we wish you the utmost success as you chase your rainbows with fervor, determination, and grit.
Once again, congratulations to all our award winners. Thank you to our distinguished guests and judges who took the time out of their busy schedules to be here with us today. And thank you, all of you, for being here today.
Now, as we segue into the next chapter of this adventure, those joining us for Mixer Night, please converge at Chimes at 6:30 p.m. this evening.
We have also arranged a tea reception at the back of the hall for everyone to enjoy. We can't wait to see all the vibrant interactions and the forge of new connections that await us all. For the last time, my name is Meenakshi.
And my name is Cheyenne. It has been an absolute pleasure being your host for today. Thank you and have a great day ahead.